Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Day 3 of Infinite Madness, the final day. You excited, Robin? Because I am goddamn excited.
I'm super excited. I can't even state how excited I am. I'm just super happy to be here. I'm ready to cast these games, ready to see how these players are going to handle some of the, problems or obstacles they're going to have to overcome here to win the grand final.
Yep, 5 matches remain, with that fifth one being our grand finals. But right now, we have to see who is going to be able to make it over to lower finals. And up first, we have Miss Jackson versus Quiz Esports. And Miss Jackson actually has not been cast before. They haven't really had a chance to show off on stream. So this is going to be their chance to show everybody at home what they are capable of. Would you like to tell us a little bit about Quiz Esports, Berman?
Right. I mean, the little that we do know about Quiz Esports right now is, they faced off against Skill Issue and they did see an upset. They got 2-0'd. So they're looking to kind of make a comeback here and, knock out Miss Jackson. We don't have a lot of information about them, but I do recognize some of these names here, with Quiz Esports on the side here with Benkai as their tank, Kuro as the DPS. That kid Mo played a lot of Tracer on DPS, very strong. Raymond and V Khaled on the support there for Quiz Esports. So I think they're going to be pretty strong. I think they're the team to beat because I know they want to get back up in there and try to ascend these ranks. Miss Jackson, Serenity is going to be tanking for them. We have Miss Me Solo 3 and Bungee Gum for the DPS, and then Joka and Wet Blanket for the support lineup here.
Yeah, and
Some
I
very good players here.
remember from Quiz Esports that their kind of go-to comp was that Lucio Kiriko with the Diva, and I believe it was Kuro on the Emery. Sometimes a Soldier, though. Very, very scary, but I mean, we'll see what they can pull off against this mystery team. And if Miss Jackson have been doing their research and they watched that match that Quiz Esports played yesterday against Skill Issue, maybe they've kind of worked out ways to beat them. I mean, thing that we mostly saw from Bankai, that he was kind of prone to overextending on the Diva and then getting demeked, which kind of derails the whole fight, doesn't it?
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Bankai, unfortunately, was kind of doing that, and Kuro, I think their Sojourn was actually banned as well because he was just that much of a threat on Sojourn. So, these DPS players I think are really good, and we're going to be hoping to see some more patient, fundamental gameplay from Bankai in the tanking regards here. I think we saw him play some Maga, and was very like gun ho, charging in there, trying to make the plays, trying to keep up that tempo. But I hope that Quiz Esports are able to kind of adjust that strategy here and make it work this time. That patience from Bankai is going to be everything just to stay alive longer than his DPS, most importantly.
Yep, I do believe we have the bands locked in and ready. So let's have a look at them. Let's see what we have here. It is going to be a jetpack cat and a tracer. Ooh, that is kind of interesting. We don't often see the jetpack cat ban. I'm very surprised that Lucio on Lijiang Tower wasn't banned out yet again. How do you feel about this?
Right. Yeah. I mean, these bands do kind of make sense. I've seen some Jetpack Cat recently kind of just go off the rails, kind of dominating the air there with those little feisty claws there. But, Tracer makes sense too. Tracer for Quiz Esports, I mean, they're going to, that's kind of like a shot in their own leg here because I think that Kidmo is a pretty good Tracer, but, they'll have that to lean on later as well. So maybe they just didn't feel as comfortable here and they want to take a different type of fight. No Lucio bans, that's cool for me. I like that. I like to see the speed boosts. I like to see the Lucio gameplay. I like it to be fast and the rotations and all these little, team kills that kind of happen in these little moments. So I'm happy to see that Lucio's not banned.
Yeah, that's very fair. Same as well. And no Diva ban. So we are probably going to be seeing that Bankai Diva coming out. Maybe Miss Jackson kind of have an answer to it already. I mean, we saw Skill Issue just abusing the Domina Ozo, just absolutely popping off, kind of putting Bankai in the dirt. They couldn't really find an answer to that. So mayhaps that's what Miss Jackson are planning to do. Maybe they do have a an answer to that, but both teams are ready. I'm ready. Are you ready for our first match of the final day, Broben?
Let's freaking go! I'm ready. Let's go.
Alright, let's get this on the way then. Miss Jackson versus Quiz Esports. Loser of this match will be eliminated. So this is truly an all or nothing Lijiang Tower for our first map, and we'll see what these two teams are capable of.
Yeah, about 20 seconds on the Assembly of Heroes. So we're gonna find out what their lineups are gonna be here very, very soon. Um, and I think I got enough time to do a couple reps, I suppose.
This is
What is
showing
like
off. What weight is that? How heavy? How heavy?
just 45?
Oh, getting them gains. Make sure you got some
Yes,
protein.
yes, stay pumped.
Have you got your protein drink with you?
Yeah, I do have some protein. It's actually Synthesis strawberry, but it's been sitting at the corner of my desk here for a couple months, so we got to get back into
Mm, definitely.
it.
Yeah. I
From our
personally
producers here,
like
they think the protein's wank, according to
I like
baseline.
the chocolate milkshake protein. That one's kind of yummy to me. I think the fruit ones just taste a little too artificial, but we are starting our match, and we are going to be seeing a diva instantly from a Bankai. It does look like Miss Jackson have been doing their research because they are walking out on the Zarya Serenity, using that as their advantage. We do not have a Kiriko and oh my god, Raymond instantly getting that mortality field out. Yeah, we have an Alari and a Baptiste for the side of Miss Jackson. Not something that we often see. We were seeing there for a win, kind of abusing his combo, but MiSolo is going to be able to get the first kill onto Kuro. That is a soul giant down, and we know that Kuro is so powerful. That is a really huge pig bubblegum on the off angle, trying to get a little bit of damage on the other side as the Kidmo is being forced away, and the cap has gone to Miss Jackson. The entirety of Quiz Esports are just stuck in this white room. They cannot get any movement. They cannot get any further. Kuro is now back in the fight, though. They may be able to use that TP from Kidmo to get in soon, but right now, Miss Jackson just have such a strong hold on the objective, and there is no real way to push in. Bubblegum's going to be getting a little bit too aggressive there in the middle of the team, as Kali is going to be able to take them out, and that means that now they can start pushing in. That Reaper being down, Kuro finds Joker now. It's a 3v5. Quiz Esports are finally back in the driver's seat. They are going to be pushing them down, forcing them off point as the flip is going to happen. Now Serenity is trying to get away, but it's actually going to fall off the map. Serenity does get taken down by Khaled, which means that Quiz Esports still have a chance to hold this. But if Serenity wasn't killed there and Bankai was down, that would have been really bad for Quiz Esports.
Right, MiSolo with the overclock here, just finding Raymond. They're going to be able to convincingly cap this, kind of roll this over, because Diva's still on the way back, right? Just kind of got back here. They're going to be able to kind of whittle him down. I think Bankai's just going to have to get out of here and go back to that Mega before they lose their mech here. You know, haven't seen Serenity get a lot of energy. They've been doing really well not feeding these bubbles. As MiSolo gets taken down by Kidmo, some spam just comes down that bridge, and it's not enough healing. You know, they still got that pylon. They're TPing on a point here as Quiz Esports looks to dominate the objective. Window goes off, but it's into a sim barrier. Ilari looking to land something here, holding it. Gets 3. It gets fully cleansed other than the sim. MiSolo finds Kuro, and the little choke that goes down. Baptiste for Miss Jackson here.
Yep, and it looks like Raven is going to fall as well, and now this is up to Miss Jackson just to keep claiming the point, because Esports didn't even have a chance to try and cap it here or flip it at all. Those picks were just so crucial. Shutting down the OC from Kuro was absolutely fantastic. MiSolo, sharp shooter, as they say, just taking out Kuro of the fight extremely early. Bubblegum needs to be careful, though, often getting a little bit too aggressive on this Reaper. Almost has the Death Blossom up and available, so it's probably going to be trying to use it in this final fight. But this is Quiz Esports' last chance to cap the point, last chance to stay in this first round. And it looks like we're going to be putting a lot of damage onto Bubblegum. Serenity getting low as well. Fade has been used to try and get away from it. Grab is up and available, and Bankai knows that. So looking for it, but it's actually Joker that's going to find Kuro off the side. This is not good. That is your main DPS down and out of the fight. Now it's just a sim. Kidmo has got to try and carry the fight, trying to put a lot of damage onto Bubblegum. We're going to be seeing a Samari from Raven just to keep them alive, but it's not enough. This fully charged Zarya is doing so much damage. Self-destruct cannot save you now as Serenity wipes Quiz Esports off the map.
Wow.
Precision and score.
Play from Miss Jackson here. They played so well. Like, their angles were held down so well. And I kind of wondering what the strategy here is. Like Kuro out there solo, like trying to cross the bridge on his own. I think Quiz Esports are a little bit disconnected. You know, even after they were up one, they're not being able to take the advantage and get that point back and just start really getting some of that objective time. We just didn't see that. It didn't happen, you know. And you can see here, me solo's 13-1 with 6,159 damage. So absolutely just on a tear on Sojourn right now. And you know, most people for Quiz Esports here looking a little bit negative, trying to bring this back. Let's see how this goes. Bankai still going to be on the Diva here, and Serenity is actually going to be swapping to the Zarya here. So we're going to have a little bit different play here from Miss Jackson, a little bit different pace. You got Echo, they're TPing on a point. Quiz Esports going to get this dominant lead here, but it doesn't always work, right? Just because they got the point here, got 15 seconds till the control point unlocks. And, you know, Miss Jackson's just going to take their time and try to just take the best exchange here. They're able to find Khaled, actually. Serenity confirms that kill. This is a 4v5 very quickly, and Kuro's getting jumped. Serenity confirms 2, gets the double kill. Bankai very low on the mech here. They're trying to just stall here, but they're not going to get the cap. They're going to get cleaned up, and this is going to go into Miss Jackson's favor, and we're going to have to see a full reset from Quiz Esports.
Serenity is just doing so much. Showed the mastery of the Zarya in the first round, now switching onto the ball on Night Market, and she's just proving how powerful it is when you know these multiple tanks. Kuro is going to be switching onto the Cassidy, and Khaled switching off of the Kiri, going into more of an anti-dive comp, maybe to try and counter the Serenity ball, but it's not really too much. You're only countering one of the tanks, that you still have Bubblegum and Miss Solo just pumping in so much damage. They are going to be looking for a rotate around, trying to flip the map here, trying to go to the enemy team side, but there's no good. They are so far away from point, and they do have the TP that they are potentially waiting for, but Kuro just needs to try and find this initial pick. He is going to be starting to run in. They're trying to go around the side, but Joker is in such a good position. Immortality Field is going to come out as Serenity falls off the map. Curlin, amazing, a bonk, booping Serenity to their doom, and that is a very dead hamster as the rest of Miss Jackson are forced away. The cap flips over to Quiz Esports.
Yeah, and Miss Jackson here, really, it was over when Serenity pile drived off the map here. So that's super unfortunate. They didn't get really any value. No cooldowns are actually used. They're just kind of, you know, trying to move towards that objective, Quiz Esports, that is. And they were playing very tight. And you could see which team was a little bit more comfortable here. But then Serenity just makes that one misplay, pile driving off the map. And it's going to cost them quite a bit here as they try to posture back up to take this objective. You know, Brig is probably the play that's going to help them out here. But not as I say that, Serenity finds Kuro on the respawn here, off the camera, I think. It was hard to see there. Pile drive comes through, doesn't really hit anybody here. Khaled in big trouble. TP's going back and forth, being used, being manipulated in the best way. But Serenity finds Raymond, and they're already down 2 here. And there goes that Kidmo, and this looks unfortunate for Quiz Esports as Rally is already expended, and Kuro's not going to be able to get back to this. So this is going to be another full reset and cap towards Miss Jackson.
Serenity is just so goddamn good. I know I keep glazing them. I know I keep talking about how much work they are putting out on this hamster, but oh my god, Quiz Esports are just falling to the hands of Wrecking Ball. Now has those proximity mines up and available to use, and that amazing pick onto Khaled so early into the fight as they're going to be TPing on Yusuf, trying to find anything that they can. It isn't going to be able to get anything as the mines, the one wet blanket is showing them the power of the sun as they wipe out Miss Quiz Esports. Not even a chance. They only really needed to use 3 ults there to keep it down and keep it locked down. Now only 2 DPS ults remain as we go into last fight territory.
Right, sheesh is all I could think when that happened. That was a lot very quickly. I think 4 deaths happened in like exactly 1 second. TV's coming back through, the barriers out. Turrets are going. They're trying to lock down this point. Very scary for Miss Jackson, actually. They can't just walk in here freely. They're going to get the objective flipped here. Kuro's looking for some off angles here. Gets booped off while he's doing that by Serenity, and they're already down 1 DPS. But not before Wet Blanket gets caught out here. Missola finds Raymond, and this is going back and forth. Khaled, 1 HP. Matrix coming out through Bankai trying to avoid this OC on the flank. Pile drive goes through. That kid low is 1 shot. Bungie on the copy's gonna be able to find him. There goes the mech. Diva ult pops. Not looking good. I mean, there's some hope, but not a whole lot. Kuro doing a 1v1 duel here on the map, trying to get through this entrance. And Joka finds Kuro. And Serenity and Bungie are gonna clean up this objective. And that's gonna be a Quiz Sports 2-0 first map.
Yeah, Bap is a really scary support to try and 1v1. Not really the one that I particularly want to be locked in with, and Joker just puts Kuro down. Amazing kill there. So Friending defending the point. Khaled was trying his best to just fend Serenity off by himself. The lone Brig versus the world, but unfortunately it was not enough. Someone needs to do something about Serenity. He is just so good at controlling these points, controlling these fights, and just really allowing his DPS of me solo and wet blanket to get set up in the positions that they want to be in. And I really think that it's just come down to this amazing teamwork shown from Miss Jackson. We haven't seen them yet, but I'm starting to become a fan. I don't know about you, Robin.
No, absolutely. This is some sharp gameplay. It's the first we've seen of Miss Jackson, and honestly, I couldn't agree more. Ball or Hammond there was just absolutely just dominating. You like it, they had to look at Serenity. Someone was going to die if Serenity was there. All the power drives are at the perfect time, right after or before the cleanse, and all these cooldowns would come out, and it just allowed Miss Jackson to kind of just take these angles and just kind of walk in on them, even though Quiz Esports were running the sim. They were very defensive. Like they held space down, but it was always just a little square of a pocket. They couldn't really ever move. You could see how much more comfortable Miss Jackson's team was just by the way that they played. They were so much more spread and free floating. And you had Quiz Esports where they were, in this death ball mindset where everything is all moving together and, they're playing off the TP. It's a strategy. But, at some point, which where a lot of points it looked like they got a little weak once they got out of that little death ball. They would almost go do their own things. Like Kuro would go on like a little, juncture there, and he would try to take like the right angle over there. And then there's Serenity to capitalize on the mistake that, especially on that map, it just gets knocked off. And then this whole fight gets turned on its head, and I think that Quiz Esports has a lot of work to do to take on this team. Miss Jackson, very impressed by the teamwork I'm seeing from this team.
Yeah, I think Quiz Esports, they just really need to allow Kuro to get set up. He is kind of the centerpiece when it comes to uh the Quiz Esports. He is the one that is going to be getting the picks on this Soldier, on this Emery. They need to allow him to get to those angles, but exactly like we saw yesterday against Skill Issue, they just really struggle sometimes to get Kuro into those positions, into the place, and he's usually the one that ends up getting picked first, which kind of spells the whole downfall for the rest of the fight. So they just really need to work out a way to keep him up and alive. I do like the fundamentals. I think maybe we should try and switch to more of a brawly comp with this Lucio Kiriko, maybe having like the Reaper May or the Soldier with like a Reaper, um, but they just kind of struggled to really kind of pull it together.
Right. I mean, like you said, I mean, like the diva. I think the diva is a great pick, but honestly, I think I just saw Bankai just burning through matrix after matrix and not really able to capitalize on the space that needed to be. So, where last time he was kind of overextending, this time I think he was a little bit passive. He wasn't able to actually create any opportunity for his teams so that Kuro could get out on an angle and actually do some damage. And it ended up forcing Kuro into these positions that put him in just an exposed position. He take those critical headshots from this crazy backline, even from Miss Jackson. We saw Joka on the Baptiste just, you know, differentiating the Sojourn on a like a little flank there, and that should not be happening if you want to win on Lijiang Tower.
Yep, but we do have our map in, and we are finally going to be going to Colosseo. We've been waiting all tournament for this, haven't we, Broben?
Yeah, I don't know how this happened, but we have been waiting. I mean, I guess broken clock is right twice a day or once a day, something like that. So Colosseo, I'm excited to see this. We have been talking about it all tournament. Who's going to vote Colosseo? And finally, we do see that pick. So thank you, Quiz Esports, for hooking us up with some Colosseo action.
Yep, and yeah, I feel like if you're Quiz Esports now, you have brought us to a map that is very dive heavy, very brawl heavy. So you're definitely going to be able need to ban something from Miss Jackson that is involved with a dive. And I do believe we can go look at these bans now and see what it is. And there is the Wrecking Ball ban. It isn't a Baptiste ban, it is a Bastion ban. Don't mind production. He doesn't play Overwatch. But that is okay. It so it is a Bastion, not a Baptiste. So we're probably going to be seeing Joker on the Baptiste yet again. And yeah, Bastion
Well,
Wrecking Ball. How do you
well,
feel?
I can see that happen pretty easy. Like Bastion, Baptiste, right? It's BA.
Hmm.
Maybe they're very close. Just misclick. But Bastion, yeah, I was a little thrown off because I was thinking they banned themselves. Joker doesn't get to play his BAP now. That was kind of weird. He was doing well. Quiz Esports banning ball obviously makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's probably the last sting they felt from the second map there. Dealing with Serenity and not really having the answers. I think that the Bastion ban is just a fair and balanced thing. It's just kind of like a good ban because Bastion can run away with some of these lobbies, and it makes it very difficult for tanks just to find space when you have a good Bastion that doesn't miss a whole lot and is always positioned and has their
Hmm.
turret form ready for when that push does come.
I
And it makes sense.
I really feel like from watching these past two bans from Miss Jackson, I feel like they're just scared of the Flying Bastion. They got rid of Jetpack Cat map 1, and now they got rid of Bastion on map 2 when they can't ban Jetpack Cat. So clearly they they do not like what we were seeing it yesterday. We're from no fluffs, zero fluffs given. But when we get to Colosseo, I am definitely expecting to see a lot of dive here, right? Definitely a Tracer, maybe a Lucio, something to help with that. Genji, mayhaps. We did have a sub happen for Quiz Esports. It was a Bankai being subbed out for online, and it is going to be Kuro moving over to tank as we are seeing a monkey. And how do we feel about these team comps?
Right. I mean, obviously, one of them is going to be a bit dive heavy. They're going to have a bit of a floating DPS, so some aerial DPS. But, Serenity is going to be going for this slow Sigma poke play, right? They're going to have the Alari behind that shield. They're going to have the Sojourn behind that shield. They're going to have Baptiste behind that shield. And then they're going to have Bungie Gun 1v1ing, that Kidmo. But this dive is starting quick. Holy Quiz Esports already basically in the spawn as Raven gets overextended here. They wanted to come out here with, Hell's Fury, I think, and just kind of push the objective and show them that they could do this this dive, but I just don't think they were prepared to see what they did. And Serenity's going to push that bot, and Khaled and the rest of the team here from Quiz Esports going to have to just back out, reset, kite out of this, and try to get back into this dive. But that Kidmo finds me solo very early here.
That is a really nice pick into this fight. It means that we're going in a 5v4, but Raymond is getting really low. He needs to be careful. So is Khaled. Cora able to catch Joker, though. That is a support down for Miss Jackson. And now Serenity is in trouble, stuck in a corner, but not before Wet Blanket is able to take out online. And that means that we are going to be a DPS down for Quiz Esports while Miss Jackson are coming back. And maybe we are seeing why Tracer was banned originally, as Bungie Gum is popping off on this Tracer, just kind of having a field day here. Serenity gonna be switching over to the Mauga, trying to counter this monkey, pump a lot of damage in. Serenity already charging in, stopping the bot in his tracks, actually returning it straight before they're about to get a lead. It's getting really low. We're seeing why this Mauga pick is so good. Absolutely melted Kuro. Raymond is the next victim to fall, but that fly is sticking to the walls straight up. So hard to hit, but it does not matter as me solo is here to clean it up, and we know that this Cassidy does not miss.
Right, and now we're seeing Kuro swap to the Mauga, which makes sense, right? You can't really play the win into that. It's not
It has to be Mauga versus Mauga.
Serenity's just going to keep applying this pressure on the high ground and just really keeping this team at bay. They're already back to past their high here, and Kuro not able to find a lot. I'm not sure what's happening here. He's going to try to rail down Joka, but Wet Blanket's not going to have any of that, and the Lari Sunlight comes out and it doesn't find too much. Kuro's still in a little bit of trouble. Wet Blanket finds that Kidmo, and Raymond goes down simultaneously, actually, with that big ult from Wet Blanket. And Serenity's just going to finish off some of these kills. Khaled takes down, or Joka takes down Khaled, and online goes down by Bungie Gum here. So they're going to continue to push this point, and I don't know what the answer is.
Wet Blanket truly showing Quiz Esports the power of the sun and the power of this off-meta pick. So managed to hit that really nice 3k. Joker going to use this amplification heal to keep that push going. They don't want to give Quiz Esports any chance to get close as the pulse bomb is going to be able to find Kidmo. Raymond next to fall to Bungie. This Tracer is popping off. Kuro able to find the kill onto Serenity, though. Wet Blanket going to be shutting down that copy extremely early. Joker there to finish the kill. The two supports just working perfectly together. Khaled going to be using this Kitsune Rush to be able to take down Misolo and Bubblegum, and suddenly the fight is turned towards Quiz Esports as Wet Blanket is really the only one left alive, and they clean that up. Khaled playing the Kitsune Rush perfectly and bringing the bot back towards Miss Jackson's side.
Yeah, and Quiz Esports playing with absolute tenacity tonight because they were down 2 there. There's a double kill that happened. Cage comes out from Kuro. It's being swapped, but immediately Serenity drops down, and they're not going to find any value. It's going to force them all the way back. They're going to take this space as they should. Kuro going to just try to pressure this high ground, I imagine. But, you know, that Kidmo being on the Cassidy here, it's going to be, a little bit hard to push this high ground a little too fast. Joka goes... finds the kill in Raymond, and Kuro looking like he's in a little bit of trouble as being chased down by his Cassidy, but finds a big stomp as Misolo falls into it. Wet Blanket finds that Kidmo, and it's going back and forth. Kuro, though, overextending, and Joka just gonna force that recall from Tracer as they clean this up, and the bot's gonna go back to the other way. You know, it's a very tough position here for Quiz Esports because I can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to come out here hard and fast and play Overwatch to the best of their ability, and you know, for the most part, that's what they're doing. But Miss Jackson has been just really solid teamwork here. They're always moving together. You never really see them on their own. They're always doing something in tandem.
Yeah, I think that fight really started with Kidmo going a little bit too far up. Exactly what Joker did, getting aggressive, trying to find Kuro, but they're actually able to pick that puck up onto Wet Blanket as well. And now suddenly Miss Jackson have no supports. They have no healing, but Serenity is in the backline, and Bungee Jump is there to back him up, and they managed to find 2, and now suddenly Miss Jackson have a chance in this fight, but Serenity is kind of stuck all the way back here, not really able to find much as online is just getting pick after pick. The tank for Miss Jackson being so far away from their team, it means that online can kind of just do whatever he wants with his Tracer and just harass these DPS and supports. It does look like Quiz Esports are going to be backing away. The scary Wet Blanket is on their way as Serenity is still in the backline. Serenity fighting the good fight. 1v4 is going to be taken out, which means that Quiz Esports have quite an easy time going into this fight.
Right, I was sitting there watching Serenity. I was like, how long is this going to happen for, really? Wet Blanket goes down. They're going to clean this up, you know, all to the fall. I think Serenity should have dropped off the map, honestly. There's a lot of space to be covered on Sigma. It's very slow. You know, Misolo's going to try to hold this high ground and contest it as Quiz Esports is going to continue to press this objective up. Serenity is back. This rock goes through, hits that Kidmo in the face. Beat hits 3 out of 4 teammates. Misolo finds Khaled, and this is looking very, very bad for Quiz Esports as Trace is going to finish it off the Flux, and Raymond goes down to the ground. Misolo caught a little bit here. Hero trying to find some value here, but he's going to have to die. And the bot's going back the other direction.
Yep, 3 minutes 40 remaining on the clock. Still plenty of time for Quiz Esports to start pushing the bot back, but there is certainly a far way to go as Joker needs to be careful, instantly forcing out all of the cooldowns. That is no immortality field. Perfectly done by Online, who has now switched on Emery. Serenity is going to be the first to fall, and now suddenly it's now just up to Raymond and Emery to just do whatever they want online, just playing so good. But Wet Blanket and Bungee Jump are just in the backline right now, just harassing Kidmo. Kuro is going to be turning around. They want to get rid of this Alaria as soon as possible. She's going to be going into the edge, showing them the power of the sun. This Bungee Jump is going to be running in, but Kuro and Online are the ones to pick up the kills. The 2v5 what happening, but they do suddenly think that they can win this 3v5 as Misolo opens with the OC out of Cage. Going to be coming as well. Cage fight going to be keeping Kuro alive for the time being with the help of Khaled's Kitsune Rush. They wipe the floor with them, and now all of a sudden I have the copium for Quiz Esports. They are closing this lead. It is so close. 2 minutes 30. Again, plenty of time to win this back.
Yeah, and Miss Jackson only has Pulse, maybe, for this next fight here. So they're really going to have to find some answers here. The rock is missed by Serenity. Kuro taking a little bit of damage. Clantis comes out very early from Quiz Esports. Noon is out. It might be eaten here. The grasp is being held, but he's going to find Joka +2. Wet Blanket and Serenity go down. They're going to Actually, looks like they're gonna cap this. Not gonna be another touch for this. You know, closing in on that 86 meter.
I'm speechless. That was insane. And Kuro, a perfect slam onto the front line, allowing to force out the cooldowns, force out that immortality shield, which just means Kidmo hits the perfect Deadeye, finds 3, and now they are in the lead. Miss Jackson are struggling. The fear is starting to build up as they have lost their very long lead, and now they're going to be going in with the sound running back down. Amplification barrier has been forced, which just allows me Solo to do so much damage. That is a scary soldier, and the amplification is going to be doing it. And me Solo says, Kidmo, you're not the only one that can get a quadruple kill. It's in my bones as well, and we want to take the lead back. It's not over. 1 minute remaining. Currently, Quiz Esports in the drive. We'll see if Miss Jackson can come back.
Kuro has Cage. Emre has the override protocol. Kuro taking the pulse. Gonna go down here early. And they're gonna just clean this up. That Kidmo goes down. Misolo finds a nice critical rail. And they're gonna just press this. You know, the Diva swap's gonna end up working in their favor here, I think, because got a little bit of that verticality, can really contest this high ground. They're gonna give them a run for their money here as they push to this forward spawn, and they're about to charge in. This is about to be a massive fight. Oh, and we got a pause here.
Yeah, we are seeing a pause. 37 seconds left. Thankfully, it does give us some time to talk about the spectacle that we've been watching, because so much is going on. I mean, Quiz Esports, they were in such a good position right there. They had the lead and they wanted to go early with the Kitsune Rush, but I think that actually spelt their downfall as they all start running in. Both B and Kitsune Rush used, and the response of the amplification barrier was just too much damage. What do you think?
Right, I mean, well, first of all, there was a lot of fights, a lot of cool fights that I enjoyed there too, as well. Like with when Joker popped that window on top of them, just to kind of get them back to this point here, right? These teams have been super aggressive, you know, especially Quiz Esports. They've been really taking it to Miss
Oh,
Jackson, just
I think we're being prompted to
leveling up
talk
that
about something.
tempo. What's up?
I see below us down there,
Oh,
our Pro Series EU tournament, May 29th to 31st. Do be sure to check that out. That is going to be the best of the best going up against each other. But sorry to interrupt. Please
well,
keep talking about this amazing game that we have been blessed with.
right, right. So I mean, I'm actually frozen on Raymond in the mid-air right now. Kuro's already charging into this. He does have the cage. Online, their Emre player, Hitscan player does have override protocol. And then for Miss Jackson, they're gonna have the overclock and that Alari Sunlight is gonna be coming through. Serenity might be able to farm up a devault between then. I'm just trying to think about how this fight's gonna go. There's 37 seconds left, and this is clearly the fight that's gonna decide the rest of this match here. Um, I don't know who has the better end of it, really, because Khaled also has the Kitsune coming out here soon, so it could be 3-2 alts here potentially. And Kuro's already got that momentum; he's already going forward, and this cage is going to be popped almost certainly immediately to try to, you know, cage these, section off these players from each other. And you know, Bungee Gum is on the little flank there. This is interesting setup because I don't think Miss Jackson actually has the high ground advantage. You know, they're fighting uphill right now, so it's very difficult. It looks like we're going to be ready here too.
Yep, going straight
It's going to straight
back
in.
into it. Instantly gonna be a fight going on, guys. We're gonna be seeing a Larry Wet Blanket going up into the cage fight, comes out to save them from that damage from Wet Blanket. Serenity's gonna go down before the immortality field's able to come out. And it looks like Wet Blanket is gonna be able to find one, but on the other end of it, Gizmo and Online are just wiping out Miss Jackson. And I do believe this might just be it if they don't push the bot, if they leave it alone. There's only 10 seconds left. We are seeing the switches coming through, trying to get that touch. Wet Blanket going over to Lucio to speed them in. 5 seconds remaining. Are they able to get this touch? Serenity is getting awfully close, and they do manage to get it. This fight is going to be going on. Wet Blanket going to be going down, using the Kitsune Rush to just burst them down. Serenity going to be taken out of that mech. The first 2 to get to the fight are going to be wiped out, and that's going to be Miss Solo punching, and finally Raymond takes them out, and Quiz Esports take us to a map 3. Oh my god. What a clutch fight.
Yeah, that was simply crazy the way that they were able to handle themselves and just push it all the way back and then defend at the end here. It was unfortunate for Miss Jackson there because I think that everything was against them. Everything was stacked against them. All the things that you teach in Overwatch that, help you win a fight, they pretty much were fighting against all of those things simultaneously. There was so much happening there. That cage went off immediately. The response from the Alarian, just constant barrage of abilities. You could see like the kill feed wasn't there was no kill feed. It was just like pylons, like just a ton of like little miscellaneous things happening before any of the kills went, and they were all duking it out for a good 5-10 seconds there with that amount of alt economy. It was quite impressive to watch those teams kind of battle it out. Unfortunately for Miss Jackson, but fortunately for Quiz Esports here, going to bring us to that third map, like you said. And I'm excited to see if they'll continue to bring that barrage of aggression and just not let the gas up, because I think that's what Quiz Esports has to do. They're setting the pace. They need to stop letting Miss Jackson set the pace, which is what I think they established from that first map that they lost.
Yeah, this is exactly what we expect from our day 3 matches. Truly the best of the best against each other. What a masterclass, as we are going to be going to a flashpoint. What flashpoint would you like to see? I do know that there is a really good ball one in there that I'm kind of scared of.
Well, I mean, is Atlas in Flashpoint?
uh, I don't believe so, actually.
So it's New Junk City and
Oh,
Survasa?
it is. It is. Sorry, we're getting word. We're getting word.
Okay.
There we
Right.
go.
So which map would I like to see as in Flashpoint? I you know, I- it
Yeah,
looks
which
like
map would you like to see before we get
we
it?
actually got the pick. I was gonna say
I was
Survasa. I'm
gonna
I'm a
say
sucker for
Sylvester.
Survasa. I think
Yeah, I am
it's such a
also,
classic.
I'm just getting word in our other matchup has ended, and it is going to be a 0 recall win, as we unfortunately say goodbye to Flying Camels. 2-0 victory, 4-0 recall, as will be seeing them up next. Whoever wins this final map will be going against 0 recall. So I feel like that I feel like that map
Yeah.
is very, very good for ball. This is the one I was thinking about when I was thinking about the ball map, right? So I'm a little bit scared for Quiz Esports, if I'm going to be honest with you.
Right, right. I mean, this is gonna play into the strengths of Ball on Survasa. Absolutely. Absolutely. Um,
Yeah,
you said
because
you're scared for Quiz Esports?
yeah, I feel like ball is just so terrifying on Savassa.
Right,
As
right. And they
we
did it.
do have
Yeah.
our bans in as well, I do believe, if you want to go have a
Yeah.
look at them. And it is going to be a Kiriko and a Soldier, and clearly Khaled getting banned out as Miso as well. I'm not surprised. How about you? That Soldier was popping off.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this kind of like throws a little bit of a cog in the wheels of both teams, I'd say. Not having a Kiriko, which is like the staple of most of these teams, Cleanse being one of the strongest abilities in the game. I am interested to see how they're going to adapt to this. Maybe we'll see some Juno instead, or, are they going to run? What are they going to run here? Surely we're not going to see any Ana. Maybe I can counter curse it somehow.
Ooh, I
But
mean,
I mean, like, you don't
now
see
that
it on
you bring
Survivor.
it
It
up,
doesn't,
though, right?
yeah.
Without a Kiriko, picks like Ana and Junker Queen become really powerful, right? Because there is
Exactly.
no cleanse to be able to um get get rid of those anti-heals, and anti-heal is just so powerful in this game.
Right, and less rampage. Like rampage is, I think, pretty easy to land for the most part. But like landing some of these nades are actually really difficult at some of these levels because there's a lot of just like preemptive. You're throwing the nade where you think they're going to be, and it's going to be in a critical moment, and they're not going to have the cleanse for it. So Anna or Anna could be pretty strong here. Those antis are not going to be cleansable. So a queen would be awesome to see here. To see those teams recognize the fact that queen can run a rampage on this Survasa map. How will Queen deal with ball? It's fair. They're kind of gonna have to probably ignore the ball for the most part. There might be some occasions where Queen can land the knife and hook him in, and maybe a melee. But those are always very RNG like. So anytime there's a percent chance involved, you want to steer away from it and try to go for more certainties for some of these things.
Yes, definitely. And, you know, as we are both Ana mains, I would love to see it. It's such a great pick against a lot of the tanks. Maybe not really against tanks like Diva, because you can eat that nade, and that is a long, long cooldown to wait for to get back. But I
Right.
mean, we'll
Yeah.
see here. Definitely going to be seeing an Alari and a Baptiste for the side of Miss Jackson, obviously, as it's just been working pretty much perfectly for them, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I do have a little bit of information here already, and I think I'm going to jump the gun. It looks like Serenity's actually going to be electing to go for the Zarya here, and Kuro's going to be on the Winston. They did swap out their tank player. If you guys notice, Kuro's now playing the tank instead of the DPS, right? So they get a new DPS, and they have a
Yeah, they
different
did
tank
that.
in
They
there
did
right
that last
now.
time.
Bankai, yeah, Bankai has been swapped out. And Kuro likes this dive. I think they like to play very fast together here. They're going to come out with the Lucio Baptiste for Quiz Esports. And no speed here on the side of Miss Jackson. So they're not going to have the point advantage. They're just going to be down in tempo here. And it's going to be kind of hard to push into this. Zarya's not very good against Farah. And I'm not sure where Zarya's going to kind of find all of her energy, really. And there might be some swaps before this fight is over. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, this is a really hard point to push into, especially when the other team has control. Kuro getting a little bit low though, but the spam from online is just keeping Miss Jackson back, as Kuro is going to be able to cap the point. Serenity could not touch it in time, but Kuro is really low with that. Kidmo is going to be taken by Wet Blanket. This Alari DPS, Miss Solo fighting online as well as Emery gets the second pickup, and now it's just Kidmo left to run away. Going to be taken out as Raymond dashes away, trying to survive the fight, and that was perfectly played from Miss Jackson, getting Kuro and Kidmo extremely low, just being able to take them out really fast, as Kuro getting a little bit aggressive here with Raymond, just trying to get some poke in. They want to get this ult up, but this might actually lead to their disadvantage, as we see Bubblegum find Kuro, and Joker picks up that Kidmo on the backline, and oh my god, Joker is popping off. He finds 3. This Baptiste is terrifying. The support for Miss Jackson are crazy.
Right, and I mean, if this comes down to like deathmatch, which is more like Survasa than the last map, Wet Blanket's able to find Raymond there on the little transfer, but I don't even know if they're gonna have another touch here. It's just, this is where Miss Jackson kind of wins. I think they love these 1v1s. They love fighting heads up, and this is their strength. Joka's very high DPS support player. That window's even coming out here just to kind of keep them at bay for a little bit longer. Might have a touch here on the back end here. That Kidmo is able to get the touch. Bungee Gum finishes the kill, so the overtime touch is going to be very long, and they're going to be pushed all the way back here. Kuro might even be found on this rotate. Looks like he's able to leap out, and they're going to look to move to this next flashpoint, which is, I think, going to be even in favor of Miss Jackson. It's going to be pre-positioned a little bit better, but Bungee Gun gets caught messing around in the backline here with Kuro before he could get out, so it's going to be a 4v5 as they push up into this.
Yeah, and Immortality Field being used already as well. A vital cooldown down. Wet Blanket going up into the sky is going to be able to find 2, which forces them to back away as Khaled is going to be taken down. So it's Kidmo. Wet Blanket does it again. The absolute goat of Miss Jackson. Like I said, I cannot praise these supports enough. Wet Blanket wins the 4v5 for Miss Jackson. What absolute insanity. They are showing how good Ilari can be. You do not need to play this Kiriko and Lucio combo. You could play these off-meta supports and do just as good, maybe even better. We are seeing a Juno coming out for the side of Quiz Esports as Misolo goes up into the sky. You may have banned his Soldier, but now he has the override protocol, having a little bit of an 1v1. The bubble from Serenity is going to allow him to win it. Be finally taken out by Raymond though, but it doesn't matter as Bungee Gum and Wet Blanket are there to just clean up the fight.
Right, and some really amazing plays coming out here. Just to kind of reiterate, like, what Wet Blanket actually did there. I don't know if we were able to see it, and I wish we had like a little instant replay we could have for this moment, but the Alari went up in the air and was able to do this like nifty little flank, and that sunlight was just perfect. This support lineup is deadly. And, Bungee Gum is getting a lot of connections here, too, on a lot of these targets with the support. So, the Raid's going to come out on a point here. It's going to find Emre. Misolo goes down first immediately. And There goes a little crate though. That Kidmo goes down. There goes the pulse, and then there's kind of just gonna roll them back over as it looked like Quiz Esports had a little bit of momentum, but Serenity's just gonna walk them down and find the rest of these kills as they go to the third point
It
in this.
feels like you get a pick against Miss Jackson and they still just end up winning the fight, because it feels like Quiz Esports are just forced to use so many cooldowns in order to get that initial pick that Miss Jackson just kite it and then instantly jump back in an amazing pulse bomb straight onto Koro, taking that hazard down. The rainfall was really nice on to Misolo, but like I said, Misolo isn't the only DPS here. We have a Joker, Wet Blanket, and Bungee Gum backing them up, because these are not supports anymore. And I'm a little bit confused about the D.Va switch here. You are playing into Messiah. I know sometimes it can work, as we are going to be seeing the Orbital Ray coming down. The Vacation Field on the opposite side is going to be coming out. Immortality Field is going to keep Kidmo and Koro alive as they take it. Shows Raymond the power of the sun, blinding the supports of Quiz Esports and finding a triple kill once again. Kidmo finally shuts down Wet Blanket, but it's too late. The rest of his team has fallen to the support player.
Right, I don't think we've seen a support lineup be in the kill feed this much so far. Like, they are putting in a ton of work here. You know, Quiz Esports going to try to switch it up here. I don't think they're going to go down main. It looks like they're going to elect to go towards this mega side here and try to do something a little bit nifty, because they realize the position they're in right now. They feel like they've been red. They're getting pushed back at every turn. Everything that they do just gets shut down. The pulse goes off, doesn't find much, but Misolo finds Raymond with the grenade here. And Kuro's getting melted by the Serenity Zarya. Mortal goes out from Joka, and Quiz Esports able to find Joka. The one support down. There goes the D.Va ult. Massive energy being charged here for Serenity. Bungee Gum finds Khaled.
Serenity is finally going to fall, taking themselves out. They say, "You cannot take me alive," as Bungee Gum is going to finally fall, and they do manage to clutch out this fight, but how long can they last? They had to commit so many ults to that. Kuro using that self-destruct to keep themselves in the fight. Needs to be careful now, though, as Kuro is already getting low. Does manage to get back to the safety of his support, but Misolo has this override protocol. Such a powerful ult to be using. It's so scary, as Kidmo is going to fall to Joker. Here to counter Misolo is going to be able to take him out. Now it's a 4v4. Quiz Esports, they need to clutch out this fight or it's all over. Wet Blanket going to be able to get revenge for his fallen DPS, as the amplification bar is going to be forcing the rest of Quiz Esports back, and they can't push in. It's up to Raymond to touch the point to take the overtime down. Koro is going to be falling to Wet Blanket as Wet Blanket finds two yet again. Can anyone stop these supports? They are terrifying. If there's anyone to look out for, it's Wet Blanket and Joker. Absolute insanity as Miss Jackson move on to lower semifinals.
And not surprisingly enough, Wet Blanket for the game.
Yeah, we get to see the
This is it,
fabulous
yeah.
action. Is this the one you wanted to see?
Yeah.
Nice. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. Wet Blanket is very scary. Now, on to MVPs. This is actually really tough. I know that we have been absolutely glazing the ever-living hell out of the supports on this last map, but the first map, it was really just the Serenity show, getting so many picks, clutching so many fights, and then we move on to map 2, and Misolo is absolutely popping off on this Souljon, and then we go over to map 3, and suddenly Wet Blanket is just 4K'ing them over and over again, not to mention Joker always managing to catch the flanking Kidmo. So I, I'm not sure. Do you have an MVP in mind, Broben, that we can go? Because I'm really struggling here. So many good players.
Yeah, there's a lot of good players. I mean, I really think that Joka was kind of an unsung hero here. I know we did see Wet Blanket absolutely pop off, do phenomenal, but Joka, there were so many window opportunities there. There were so many good windows. I don't think I saw a window that was like, that doesn't make sense. I think that Joka, for me, is going to be MVP. It's as simple as that.
That's fair. I'm completely happy to agree with you. The immortality fields, the amplification berries, especially that one on Colosseo that allowed me solo to pick up so many kills. Joker, definitely the MVP, but I would watch out for Wet Blanket. Absolutely terrifying. But that is our MVP for the match. We are going to be going on a short break as we get Zero Recall in lobby 4. The lower semi-finals going to be going up. And then after that, we have winner finals, which is going to be amazing. So do stick around. Don't go anywhere. But for now, bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our second game of the day. It's going to be Miss Jackson versus Zero Recall in our lower semi-finals match. How are we feeling about this, Robin?
I'm excited for this match. I've seen both these teams play now. I'm really impressed by both of them. Skugan, I know I just really recognize the name. But we do have some. How do you say it? Because I see a C4 Oreo, but is it
I call him Creo.
Creo?
I
Yeah,
can't lie
Creo is
to you.
playing the Reaper. So if you guys remember Coreo, Creo, yeah, C4 Oreo, but he was playing the Reaper yesterday, and I'm excited. I'm excited to see these two teams. I think it's going to be a good match ahead of us.
Yep, and I do oh, sorry, we're going to rosters first. I was about to start talking about bands. I'm like you, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm too excited, too ready for it as on Miss Jackson, Serenity, me solo, Bungee, Gum, Joker, and a Wet Blanket. Obviously, Joker being our MVP from last map. Master Series, sorry, we saw Wet Blanket absolutely pop off me solo. Scary on the hit scanner. Serenity is so good at these different tanks, but it's gonna be a tough opponent because over on Zero Recall we have Nim, Creo, Skuggan, Violet, and Coldy. Nim, the absolutely powerhouse of a diva player, only losing to a skill issue. And amazing player. Creo, obviously, Robin already talked about it. The Reaper was insane. It forced Vizzy to match it, and it was a very fun match to watch. Skuggan really good. Gonna be dueling me solo for this. Soldier and Emery, Dix, and Violet and Coldy usually on their classic Kiriko, Lucio, but Robin, tell us a little bit about the bands.
Right. So Miss Jackson's going to ban Diva and Zero Recall's going to ban Baptiste here. Two powerful bans. Obviously, Zero Recall did their homework here, I'd have to imagine, because I think that's a targeted ban on Joka, just flat out. Miss Jackson's banning out Diva, obviously a targeted ban flat out. I think Nim strictly played Diva for most of the series that we casted. So, these bans are a little bit more personal now, right? They're
Uh,
not like blind bans or anything, and these
I'm
players are
I'm
really
I'm
starting to
I'm
get to
just
know each
getting
other.
in that it's churro, like churros, the
Churro, like
Spanish
from
like
Taco
fried
Bell,
donut.
the
It
deep
it
fried.
it pains me that you say it's from Taco Bell.
I know
That
that you would.
physically
I just knew
hurts
it.
me.
I,
Just
I,
I need you to know that you have hurt me
hey,
on
I
a
like cheap
personal
pizza.
level.
I'm not like an expensive person. I like the little things in life, and Taco Bell's one of them. Okay,
Okay.
we got
Churros
some
are
churros.
amazing. The place that I like to get them from are like the street vendors where they put some Nutella or white chocolate on them. Cinnamon churros as well. So nice. But I'm starting to get hungry here. Let's start talking about churros and start talking about the game as we are about to get into it. Seeing a very classic Joker switching onto that Kitsune onto the Kiriko. Obviously, Serenity is starting off on the wrecking ball this time, almost getting two off the map
Pause.
instantly as we are seeing a very instant pause from me solo, but it does give us some time to talk about the comps, so I can't
Right,
complain too much.
right, yeah, not. Oh, looks like we got a pause. I said never mind. What's happening here? We got a couple things to figure out here while we're paused. I'm not sure.
It's okay. I'll figure it out while you
Okay.
discuss the team comps.
All
Okay,
right.
is
Yeah.
that a
So
deal?
team comps here. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We saw Serenity just come out of there like a bat out of hell. I don't know if you guys saw that rollout, but it was kind of crazy. He was just, yeah, he had fury in his eyes, and it was met with some counter aggression here. Violet was able to get the boot back off, and he kind of got in a little bit of trouble here. This is about to be a crazy fight as we get back into this because I think both teams are actually ready. So
Yeah.
no more team talk.
Do really like to see this brawl comp. Obviously, the Diva getting banned away from Nims. They are going onto the Ramatra, which is such a powerhouse, especially against this ball. Almost getting instantly booped off the map. Going to be switching to that Vengeance form there to just do a little bit of block as Serenity is just running around the point. Misolo is going to be Serenity
Oh,
finally gets it. Is Nim off the map. Coldy going to be getting revenge for his fellow support, finding Misolo, but it is going to be Miss Jackson going to be capping the point.
right. Yeah. Serenity doing their thing, really. There's a little tracer duel happening on the side here, but Reserve Recall's gonna have to approach this. Already coming back fast on Lucio. They already coasted their their ram tank to this angle. They're looking a little bit unsure. Nim's taking a bit of damage, drops his shield's gonna get pushed back from Ball. He's getting bullied around here. Not enough heals are going through. The block from Nim is gonna be very strong. Wet Blanket finds Coreo in the back there. Nim
Choro.
actually is able to get it. Choro. Solo goes down. This is a 4v4, but Violet actually able to confirm that headshot on Tracer, and Serenity's gonna go down as Fear Recall looks to clean this up and force this objective. Wet Blanket getting cleaned up, and last but not least, Joker gonna go down in the Curie.
Yeah, I mean, it started so well from Miss Jackson. Wet Blanket finding the pick onto Choro was really nice, but it meant that Wet Blanket wasn't looking at the push that was happening in the White Room, and Nim was just allowed to do whatever they wanted. Skuggan perfectly set up, getting so many amazing picks, as Serenity is now looking to try and put some damage in, but Bungie Jump's in a bit of trouble. The blast is going to be keeping him down for now, as Serenity just jumping around the map. Goldie has this Kitsune Rush to use whenever they want, as so does the Minefield. Violet going to be pushing Serenity away for now, as we're still seeing a little bit of Joel be solo getting really low. Nim starting to push into the it's going to be Wet Blanket to get the kill onto Skuggan. Nim getting the trade for me solo, as Joker is actually able to find Violet. Now the sunlight is going down. Choro managing to find Joker. Cardi going to be going with this amazing Kitsune Rush here. No Kitsune Rush in response, as they were able to take them down, and Nim is going to be able to use that Kitsune Rush to wipe out Serenity as Choro wins the Tracer duel.
Yeah, and that can't feel good for Miss Jackson right now, because that looked like a winning fight for them. They were everywhere. They just got so kind of like, whoa, Miss Solo trying to find these shots. Nim is able to find a kill on Wet Blanket here. Annihilation goes off as he walks down. Miss Solo trying to hold his block here and maintain this Annihilation as long as possible. Serenity trying to move through, not going to let him through. 67% Kitsune goes off for Joka as they go and push. It's down. It sends out overclock. Comes out from Scugan. The beat is traded in. And Nim is still walking back the Serenity Ball as they're almost pushed back into spawn here. Miss Jackson, not a lot of time. They surely would have touched, but 2-1 go off the map. Scugan is actually pushed off here. He solo finds 2 on the back end here. Violet down and Churro. As Serenity is getting walked down here, very close to death here. Nim trying to do it again, but they're going to be outnumbered here. Zero recall. Probably just going to die here, and this is going to go in favor of Miss Jackson. So they're going to have to regroup here.
That was such an amazing pile drive from Serenity to really set me solo up to get these picks. And this Ravenous Vortex, though, that Nim has been utilizing is really nice against this team comp. It kind of stops the ball, it stops the Alari, it stops the Tracer from really being able to get as much value, but they haven't been able to use it perfectly. It's been using it mostly on me solo to shut down this soldier in the main damage dealer for Miss Jackson, as Serenity is running away here in a little bit of trouble, but it's not too bad. Does have this middle bit to swing around. This is really nice ball map. Going to be taking a lot of damage. Almost has the minefield up and available. The proximity mines are going to be amazing as Creo uses that. I don't know, the pulse bomb onto the turret to take it down, I guess. Maybe it's worth a player, maybe it's not, as Serenity is able to find Nim, and Violet is going to fall as well. And this is Miss Jackson turning this fight into a massacre, as Choro is going to jump to his death. One fight left. Can they do it, Broman?
I think they can, actually. Miss Jackson and Serenity are setting up, looking to go into their spot here, just kind of rolling through, trying to be a nuisance here. Uses his field early, still has mines, though. They're going to be forced to walk in a very predictable way here, where Serenity's going to be able to get this huge pile drive. Mines up, he goes off into the map, though, as I said, it gets moved off by Violet. The Kitsune comes out, Nim rushing the point. Alari finds Scugan on the flank there, but they're still getting walked down, and looking scary for both teams here. Honestly, it's going back and forth. Zero Recall going to be able to actually get the cap, and it's just going to be Wet Blanket. And I don't know if Wet Blanket gets a touch. Oh, Serenity finds it. Power Drive goes off. Hits Churro. Churro's very low. Doesn't see it, though. Cleanse goes off. Just going to be able to sustain this. He's going to try to stall it for as long as possible. But this Annihilation is going to kind of push them back. And that's going to be
Serenity getting revenge at the end there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
I
was
mean,
insane, that power drive off the map with the mine.
The ult tracking must have been perfect for Zero Recall. They knew that Serenity had the proximity mines available. They knew that Serenity was going to go for an early pile drive proximity mine combo while they were going on the rotation, and Violet was set up and in position to push Serenity off the map. Such a crucial pick. Wrecking Ball is there to be an annoyance, to be an unkillable demon, but Violet proved it can be done with a single boop which really turned the tides of that final fight going into Night Market now, as we aren't really seeing too many switches, as I do believe both teams have a fighting chance here. The comps are really nice. The way they're playing it is perfect, and we'll see what they can do.
Right, yeah, Lijiang Tower is becoming sort of a classic map for us here, and this is the proving grounds for which teams can make it here, as Serenity boots Skugin off the map here, leading a big, nice early lead here for Miss Jackson on this initiation. Violet find himself in a little bit of trouble here. Cleanse goes off, ball's kind of just rolling through. Lots of damage, Nim in trouble. Serenity finds both. It's a nice little double kill there as MiSolo cleans up Churro.
Serenity is
Jackson.
angry. They lost that first map, that first point, and they are proving that they are not going to let up this time, managing to pick up a 4K. That initial pick onto Skugin was just so nice, being able to take them off the map and really win the fight early. Pile drive going to be going into Violet, and Skugin going to be catching Skugin away, forcing him away from his team as they have now split up. Nim now in a little bit of trouble here, but it's actually Churro that's able to take down Joker, backing up Nim, and Coldy and Churro are just running in. But meanwhile, Serenity finds Skugin. MiSolo gonna fall to Nim as well, as they do manage to flip the point. Zero Recall now in control, but the powerhouse that is Serenity is still alive. He is not gonna be able to get a 2K make of that. 3 is now, it's only Nim remaining. Serenity is insane. They do not let up. 1v4, and Serenity has that in the bag. They say that is light work.
Right, and Serenity's gonna have the mines here too. He's just literally in those spots. Oh, he's gonna get taken out here early. Zero Recall gonna just push and take this point back very quickly. It's gonna take them some time to kind of regroup here. I don't think they want to take any of these fights, feed any ult charge, just kind of pre-position and look to get set up here. Serenity's gonna come back in with absolute pure aggression. Serenity moving around very comfortable on this map right now. They're gonna go for the little flank and try to contest point immediately as a little push here. Joka is able to get out in the nick of time with the TP. MiSolo finds Coldy. Oh my gosh, Serenity able to find Skugin here on the objective while we're watching that. And Violet goes down, and they're gonna swap it or flip this point so quickly with a little bit of a touch from Churro, but not held very well there.
I feel like Serenity heard us give the MVP to Joker, and they are like, nope, I'm gonna prove to you that I am the MVP. I am the one that is carrying this team on my back, as they're already gonna be setting up for a pile drive, just sitting carefully above them. Has his proximity mines, which was really useful in a small room like this. And the luxury where Blanket is gonna be able to take down one, not before getting traded out by Nim's Annihilation, as now Serenity is going to be jumping in. Bungie Gum just trying to put a lot of damage on, as Nim's Annihilation has ended. Needs to be careful. Gonna be used the Omnic form. Gonna be a little bit of armor back. Still alive as MiSolo needs to be careful. Kitsune Rush is gonna be coming out, and that just allows MiSolo to put so much damage in. Coldy gonna be using a Kitsune Rush as well. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Maybe they think that this is the final fight, and they need to kind of use anything possible, as the minefield is gonna be coming out straight onto Coldy's face, and now it's all up to Choro to try and keep it alive. They are just dancing around on the point, trying to get that overtime, but they're not able to, and it is going to be Miss Jackson winning point 2, taking us to point 3, and Serenity is just in complete control.
Right, exactly. They absolutely are there. I mean, I think Serenity had 3 boot knocks off the map there. A lot of players falling off the maps, and I think Skugin was twice, unfortunately. So not feeling good probably for Zero Recall there on the DPS side. And we'll see if they kind of want to swap anything up or do anything. I actually think that something that really works really well against Ball these days actually is Maga. So I think we're actually going to be seeing something similar to that, because that fire is just really good to kind of keep Serenity on fire there, literally, and just kind of dwindle down that HP as TPs go out here, and Serenity's going to look to roll out absolutely through this whole team. He's just going to be going super quick through them. We got Rail for MiSolo. Nim's kind of pushed up here, taking a little bit of chip damage. Gonna have to charge back out. Cleanse are used for Zero Recall here. They're down on cooldowns, and the Power Draw comes at like the perfect time, but Nim does have the cooldown to trade off to kind of survive here. Gets that life leech, but not before Skugin goes down from Joka. Joka finds the big pick, and they're already in a 4v5 situation, but Violet is able to get knock down Misolo there and just roll in and contesting this point. Nim still struggling to deal with what Serenity's ball is here. Charges in, misses. Not gonna have much. He looks like he's just gonna get cleaned up here as Joker finds 2 kills on the side there on the Lucio and Juro. Nim able to get a nice little charge on Wet Blanket, but this fight, I think the longer it goes, the worse it is for Zero Recall. And Miss Jackson just farming ult charge right now. They're just becoming very dominant in this momentum. And I think Zero Recall's got to figure out a way to deal with this. I think they have swapped Reaper, actually. He's going to be a little bit sneaky over here.
Joker has really proven that Baptiste isn't only his specialty. He can easily get these kills on Kiriko as well. He's just been doing so well. Serenity really causing a problem for Nim. Just kind of pushing this Malga around as Nim is going to be going on to Bungee Gum, trying to get a kill. Violet going to be able to take Wet Blanket before Wet Blanket's able to come back from spawn, but Serenity is just shoving them around, having a field day, just messing around, but being a distraction, being a nuisance as we do see Serenity get a little bit low here, forced to touch the point to stop Nim from capping it, but Serenity is really low, has to get out. Violet managing to get revenge on Joker as the point flips towards Zero Recall's side. Looks like Serenity is going to be caught out. Violet trying to get a little bit of revenge here. Nim needs to be careful though, as the rest of his team is trying to deal with Serenity, who yet again gets out 20 HP. No one can kill Serenity.
Great Joker with the Kitsune is going to initiate with this, but they lose Misilo very early. That's not going to stop Serenity's minds on point as they look to find these kills. The beat comes out, hits 4 out of 5 of the team. Coldy takes a ton of those mines to the face, able to survive though. TP cleanse come out, and they're going to keep pressing this point here. Lari with the sunlight, with the cage, is going to be able to stop a lot of this aggression. As Wet Blanket finds Skugan. Serenity goes down here, so it's a better trade. Joka finds Violet, and Nim is able to get Misolo here in the back end here, and Zero Recall looking very strong, trying to hold this choke for as long as possible. You know, they're going to actually swap here. Serenity coming out here on the Maga.
Yeah, that was really nice. Well played from using that cage fight to stop Wet Blanket getting a lot of value with that Sunrise. Obviously, Serenity is doing the classic Malga versus Malga as OC is going to be coming out from Skug, and they want to continue this lead. They don't want to give Miss Jackson any chance to get kills. Choro is going to be able to take down Misolo, and now Violet is just charging in with Nim, getting Serenity off guard. But Bungee is going to be hitting an amazing pulse bomb on to Nim, which allows Serenity to get the pick. Going to be charging in, finds Choro as well. Serenity's aggression does not let up, no matter what character they're on. May it be Malga, may it be Ball, may it be Zaya. Serenity does not let up, does not give you a chance to breathe. Skuggan, truly the only man left remaining, going to be taken out by Misolo.
Right, Bungie had such a sick pulse there that really started everything there. As Serenity pushes up to this choke to try to contest Nim, they're not going to want them to walk. No free space here. They're going to hold this for as long as they can, exchanging cooldowns. You know, the exhilarating Maga duel is happening between us. The charge out from Serenity. You know, wow, Violet almost dies there in the interaction, but Wet Blanket is caught with this Kitsune as the forward momentum is too hard to deal with. And Misolo caught out here on their own. Gonna go down in 90% and approaching. Touches, I don't know. Bungie going for it. The flank here. Do they have enough blinks to even touch at this point? Oh, it's gonna be close. And they don't even get it.
Goldie and Violet forcing Bungee Jump to recall, not allowing them to get the pick. And like you said, truly the one team to take down Miss Jackson is going to be Zero Recall. Extremely close match though. Serenity just doing so much, took a little bit to get into the rhythm of it, but once they did, just absolutely picking up these kills. This 1v4 here,
right, that was
absolutely
perfect too,
fantastic.
he had to weave those melees in, right? Like there was no shot he was confirming that kill if he didn't get 4 melees in, because he only had like 1 bullet left to confirm that Geary kill. And it was just it was a phenomenal 3 almost into a 4K assist there. It was really a pleasure to watch Serenity play the ball there. Unfortunately for them, you know, Zero Recall stepping it up here and being the ultimate aggressor and showing them why they deserve to be here tonight or today.
Yeah, I mean, such amazing plays from each of those members. Violet just did so much 4-0 recall that match. I feel that crucial boop onto Serenity and the first point, which clearly won them the round. The amazing picks on to both Joker and me solo going into it. Just all around amazing performance, just speeding Nim in every time, not letting up, allowing Skugan to get on these really nice off angles, these positions, and don't forget Choro just dominating the backline. But Miss Jackson are not out of it yet. You cannot count them down. They are terrifying, and we have seen how good they are at these push maps, especially Wet Blanket and Joker. And now Joker is going to be having that Baptiste back. I am definitely scared for Zero Recall.
Right. I mean, Zero Recall coming out here with a, almost just a fiery passion, though. I really don't think that Miss Jackson was ready for some of the aggression that they were seeing. These decisions were being made very quickly. And I understand that even Miss Jackson was trying to pace their team that way. Like Serenity was always in finding all of that value. So it always just felt like the fight was just a continuance of a continuance of another fight. And, these have been very exciting to watch. I'm excited to see what this next map brings us and how the bans are going to affect it. And I'm ready for it.
Yep, just while we're waiting, after this match has concluded, we will be going on to our upper bracket finals. Skill Issue versus Scandic. Two absolutely amazing teams, both unbeaten, battling it out for that spot in grand finals, and I am extremely excited for that one. I know we're currently seeing the lower semifinals, but I don't know. I'm just so prepared because I can't see a way that anyone is able to take down these two teams. But one of them is going to fall. One of them is going to lose, and we will be finding out as soon as this match is over.
That's exactly right. Only one can continue on, right? And Zero recalls the team that actually dropped the map off skill issue, and they're both undefeated. Scandic, we saw some phenomenal plays from Scandic. So, like, that match is going to be a lot of fun to cast. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. It's going to be some of the best Overwatch we've seen here. Um, very exciting. On to yeah,
Yeah. I wonder which push they're gonna take us to. I mean, I feel like Miss Jackson did so well on Coliseum, and the ball just really works well on that map. So many different ways to get around, so many places. Obviously, they did end up losing it in the end, but I feel like it just really complements Wet Blanket and Joker's playstyle. And I mean, if they can bring us to a flashpoint, they are clearly the strongest at flashpoint as they 3 owed last series. It was not close at all. So we'll see if Zero Recall are able to stop them in their tracks before we get to that map. But I will have to find out. It is going to be Miss Jackson's ban. We are just waiting for them to come in. But we are going to be going to a quick 5-minute break while both the teams set up. So grab a drink, grab a snack, stick around as we are not going anywhere. There are so many exciting matches going. Only 2 matches remain after this one before grand finals. So don't go anywhere, but we will be back after this short break. Welcome back, everybody. 1020 recall. We are going to be heading over to Runa Sapi once again. Both teams' bands have been locked in, so could we have a look at them, Mr. Production? There we go, Tracer and Malga. And as our production guy pointed out, the Malga ban from Miss Jackson is so nice because that means that Zero Recall cannot get rid of Serenity's ball, and it's just allowing them to kind of do whatever they want. Zero Recall is going to be banning out that Tracer. They don't want to be seeing it any longer. Bungee Gum obviously has kind of been a Tracer OTP these past a few maps, and we know that Choro is very, very happy to be going over to the Reaper. How do you feel about this, Bourbon? Do you think Miss Jackson can pull it back?
I I think they can. They can definitely pull it back here. They're gonna have to play a very sharp precision game. One of the things that I noticed with that Tracer ban is kind of weird for me because I think Tracer's, really strong against ball, right? Like that's gonna be one
Hmm.
of the few heroes that deals really well with ball. So not having Tracer on the map here for either team will be interesting. And to figure out what their tank comp lineup is gonna be here will be even more interesting because are they gonna go the ball? Or, we're gonna see some Diva. I feel like I have a funny feeling we're going to see some Diva from Zero Recall.
Yeah, Nim,
Um,
a hundred
yeah,
percent.
yeah, and with Maga not on the field here, could be see the ball.
Yeah, very, very lovely. We do have, oh my god, you guys can't see it yet, but we can see it. There is something cucking over at Miss Jackson. We are seeing the Jetpack Cat combo with a Bastion. I will love to see how this works out. Serenity is going to be on the Diva as well, not going onto the balls. We're going against the classic Zero Recall Cobb. We'll see how they deal with this flying Bastion.
Right, they almost like I think they tried not to play against this already, so now it's
Hmm.
happening. We're gonna see the Jetpack Cat Bastion in the air here as they are tethered together. Nim taking a little aggressive lead here. He's not gonna want to overextend, but he's gonna keep poking, try to get some of those heals from his Kiri, generate some ult. Ooh, Bastion coming here with me solo. Almost. Oh, he's gonna get Skoogan. Skoogan goes down really early here from that Bastion, and they don't really have much of a response here without Skoogan here. I think there might have to be a swap. I don't know how good Sojourn is gonna be to deal with what's happening right now.
Instantly. You
Yeah.
called it. Skugan is going on the Emery and flying Bastion. There is nowhere to hide from this combo. They are already trying to scout out Skugan, trying to find out if he has switched and what he has switched to. A little bit of poke coming out as Nim is going to be going up into trying to stop this Bastion, but he has the form change. Rendi Choro being forced out already. No fade available for him, which is going to be very scary. That is such a nice tool to be getting out. Nim forced to use that Suzu to keep him up alive. That is Colby's very important cooldown. Not available anymore as Niagara Falls and Solo are going on this backstream, but meanwhile, Nim manages to find Joker, and this allows Churro to teleport in, but a little bit too early, as Solo had the form change already. Bungingham gonna be putting a hack onto Nim, as we are gonna be using artillery and straight onto Nim. The baby Diva gonna be taken out pretty much instantly, as Serenity is going to be able to find the Colby as well, but Skuggan manages to get a kill on the way out, finds Bubblegum is still alive as well to tell the tale, but ultimately it is going to be Miss Jackson that win that fight.
Ah, looks like a little pause here.
Yeah. Would you like to break down that fight for us? You can tell us a little bit about it while we wait for him to come back.
Right, yeah, there was a lot happening there. I mean, we saw the response to the swap, right? Right. So, Emre was coming out there trying to deal with Jetpack Cat, and Skoogan just couldn't find the shots really. Like Jetpack Cat there. I'm trying to see the heroes that were being played here. I'm sorry. Niagara Falls dropped out of the game. So Niagara Falls was taking heavy fire from Skoogan there. I almost found the value that he needed, and this is kind of going back and forth. But Miss Jackson looking super strong against this. Even though Bungee Gun had died at the end there, and Skoogan jumped off the map, I think they're still going to be in pretty good position here. It might even out now that Niagara Falls has dropped out of the game. They're gonna have to run back. um, I think that they had the appropriate response to it, but then the Bastion gameplay was phenomenal with the artillery covering himself there as the Diva mech, even putting a little bit of AoE damage on top of that baby diva as she came out of the mech, and it was just almost too hard for Zero Recall to deal with. I think Miss Jackson's the team to beat right now. They're really handling Runasapi incredibly well.
Yeah, and we saw that Miss Jackson very clearly managed to win the neutral, but coming up to this next fight is going to be a much more of an ult fight, so we'll see who can become victorious. Bungee Gum has arguably one of the most game-changing ults with that EMP. If you're able to find Nim, and Violet, and Churro, there's kind of nothing that they can do to escape your clutches, as well as Joker having this amplification field as well, just going to be able to boost Misolo's damage so much. But on the other side, we do have the Kitsune Rush from Coldy, which may be very nice if used correctly, but we are going to be going back into it. It does look like Niagara Falls is back in the game and ready to go. And obviously we're seeing Miss Jackson Choro taking a very early aggressive, so low, forced to use that fade extremely early. Forced out amplification field is going to be going in, trying to extend their lead here. They don't want to give Zero Recall a chance to claim this point back. Zero Recall just going to be kiting for now, getting away from this amplification field. Kind of the best thing to do is Colby is going to be using this Kitsune Rush in this room to try and get it. Amplification field is going to be coming out from Joker. Serenity is getting really low, needs to get EMP fucking Skug, Nim, and Violet are going to be wiped out with that EMP as Solo just melts through them. Self-destruct is going to be allowing Nim to get back into mech, but I'm not sure it matters too much as the EMP allowed Solo to melt Zero Recall.
Yeah, that was a pretty dominant fight there. That EMP, as you called it, was the game changer there. It really shut down everything, forced some awkward trades of cooldowns there. Nim having to use basically a second life there and use the Diva Bomb, but they're going to have 3 ults here. Beat's going to be coming through. Blossom, even the override protocol from Skugan potentially as they look to initiate it with the Beat. It's all targets. Joker goes down early as they press this point. They're just going to clean him up here very quickly. Not going to be much of a contest. I mean, Bastion is in the back line here with Jetpack Cat, taking quite a bit of damage. If they can get out of that, maybe. He's trying to pull him out of here. Nobody's pushing the butt. Never mind, Joker's on it. And they're able to kind of skate away here as Nim's trying to chase them down. I don't think they're going to find him, though.
Yeah, that was a really nice escape from Misolo. They took a little bit of a flank and it kind of cost them because it meant that it was a 3v5 with the members of Zero Recall just collapsing onto Serenity and Joker. But it does mean that they can take this fight really fast as Solo and Niagara Falls are just up in the air. Serenity going to be able to find the first pick on Skug, and Choro has this Death Blossom up and available. It's probably going to be using it fairly soon as Nim is going to take Serenity out. Death Blossom is enough to start putting the damage in as Violet is going to be finishing off, but Solo still wants to win this fight. Niagara Falls is going to be able to take him down, but not before Choro and Colby finish the job. And finally, it is in Zero Recall's control, and they could start pushing back this lead.
Right, and that was Bastion's first death, by the way. Solo right there. So what window comes out here from Coldy? I don't think he's just kind of using for some space. There's not going to be a lot caught here. It's just going to kind of let them walk this bot up slowly and maybe going to try to press down Nim. They do have to be careful here. There's going to be a catnap potentially coming through. Bastion flying in from the sky. Skugan with the override protocol, trying to find some big right clicks here. Is able to get a little bit, but not a whole lot. A lot of these whiffs are coming through, but not before Churro TP's in. He's on the backline, gets hacked, and he goes down. The play was right, but the hack was better. And Bungie finds Violet, as it looks like they're going to keep pressing this down. Zero Recall going to have to find a full reset as the hacks are going through on Nim. Boost was getting cut off here shortly. And Nim does have that ult. Ooh, does find a lot of damage. He's gonna elect to pop it. Bastion did a volt right on top of it. He could do nothing. He sat there and accepted his fate. That was absolutely ridiculous. As they're coming back, actually, Zero Recall. Oh my gosh, Coldy finds Niagara Falls. And this could be a full reset in the other direction.
That ult from Nim was perfection, just catching Solo out, surviving as well, managing to get that remake, and now it's just up to Joker and Serenity to try and keep this alive. Joker cannot die here. This is a crucial moment as Joker and Bungee are both gonna fall, which means that Zero Recall get to take the lead away from Miss Jackson as they need to regroup. And we talk about this Sombra pick quite a bit. Such a valuable and game changer. EMP up and available again, but the hack against Choro is just so nice. It's so free to shut down that Reaper. If he TPs in and you hack him, he has no evade. Serenity able to find Skugan as well, and now that is a big DPS down as Coldy and Nip fall as well, and now it's just up to Choro and Violet. They do manage to find Joker, so maybe they can try and get another pick on the way out, but it doesn't look like it as Violet is going to fall. Choro still alive, kind of skulking around somewhere. That Reaper not knowing where he is. I'm going to be trying to look for him. Amplification field is going to be coming out extremely early from Coldy. They don't want to let them push any longer, and this just means that the entirety of Miss Jackson have to kite, but I don't think they really mind too much. They have 5 ults in their pocket. They have so much to use. Choro going to be TPing out. Joker finds the headshot onto him. Mixed with that Bastion grenade just wipes them out so fast. Serenity's going to be able to find Skugan with the help of me solo, who is just pumping damage in. Niagara Falls taking the Bastion around, flying them, allowing them to do aerial strikes onto zero recall.
You see it, Misolo with the artillery here, trying to find something. Doesn't find much here. He's cut off from his team a little bit. Nimdo caught out, but not before the B and the Diva Bomb go out. It's actually going to finish off Misolo. It's going to go back in the other direction here. They have to burn down Serenity here, keep this fight going, and that's going to just go into zero recalls very fast. I was thinking, you know, Miss Jackson, now that Misolo on the Bastion has that perk where is no longer the chain railgun, is now like the big nukes, the artillery type shots, that there's this composition is going to start working more in their favor, and it has, but they had a little bit of a misstep there. I think Misolo shouldn't have went solo, and he should have stayed with his team, and Jetpack Cat should have been that tandem in the air.
I don't know about you, Broden, but yeah, it feels like it's just a permanent Embryo, as we see
right,
him
it does,
take
yeah.
down Yeah,
it's a good analogy for sure.
It's just
like,
so powerful. When we talk about DPS ults as well, Emry ult is the one that is always the first one to be talked about. Such a powerful ult. So just to be able to have that on a very short cooldown is so scary. Serenity, Niagara Falls, Bungee Jump Gun still have these ults up and available, but Colby and Skugan are getting scarily close. Choro does have this Death Blossom. He's able to get in an angle where he can maybe find Colby. Is really good, as Misolo's going to be able to take down Choro. Colby not going to be able to escape. Sorry, Joker not going to be able to escape from Skugan. But it's not enough. The Skugan is going up in the air. Protocol is going to be doing so much damage, but the rest of his team is gone as the rest of Miss Jackson kites inside the building, meaning the Skugan cannot get any value. But Bungee come with the game-changing EMP, hitting 4 of zero recalls members. It was absolutely perfect. The Skugan is going to fall. A trade that they will not like. A zero recall are on the back foot here. 5v4. Nim is going to be taking a lot of damage to me, so focusing down the back line. Baldy going to be taking out Choro on a little bit of a flank here, maybe trying to find this Death Blossom, but not going to be able to get it just yet as Bungee Gum forces him out.
Right, and this is such a strong push right now, because right now, from my perspective, their zero recall had quite a good positioning, and they just weren't able to capitalize on any of it. And unfortunately, the air is absolutely dominated right now from Misolo and Niagara Falls right now. Like, Choro is going to get picked off early here. That's going to really hurt them. Nim's coming up for a little flank. Niagara Falls goes down from Skugan, though he catches him in midair. He's in a little bit of trouble here, takes the critical damage, goes down finally from Nim. If we confirm it, Serenity going to just trade the mech for a little bit of time here, so the bot does the push, and they get a couple more seconds out of this as we whittle the timer down to about 29 seconds.
Yep, Miss Jackson still in the lead right now as we are going to final fight territory, and zero recall. They need to win about 3 fights in a row to secure this victory, something that is possible but very difficult, especially when Miss Jackson almost have all 5 ults up and available, and if they're able to get an early pick here, it'll be really nice. Immortality field already out as Nim is going to get wiped out extremely early. The Diva is down. Violet going to be taking a lot of damage. As Skugan manages to find them. No longer is playing fast, and his artillery gun is going to be raining down on Violet. Skugan gets hacked and killed, and now Choro has this Death Blossom. He is the only one left standing. Not going to be able to get it out as the hack from Bungee Gum comes through, and Miss Jackson take us to a map 3. What a map.
Yeah, that was I mean, I'm just speechless, to be honest.
That's very fair. Definitely something not to be reckoned with. I wonder which map we're going to be taken to here, and maybe what banners. I feel if you're going to be taking us to any Flashpoint map, ball shines so bright in every single one of them. Just the mobility able to move around anywhere. And we saw at the end that Violet switched onto that Alari, showing a little bit of that flexibility. Unfortunately, it was not enough. But now we are going to zero recalls, map pick ban, and it's going to be match point. I'm scared. I don't. I honestly, I don't even know which team has this in the bag. They're both so good. They're both so close in skill level. It's really hard to make an educated guess.
Right. I mean, based on the way the two teams have been playing, I think Zero Recall was definitely favored for Li Jiang, but Runasapi was kind of always going to be Miss Jackson's. I think like just the way that they dealt with the previous team that they had played. I'm so sorry, I forgot. Um, the oh my
You
gosh,
got this. You got this.
drawing a
You got
blank.
this.
I'm
You got
trying.
this. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Oh,
Quiz
no, I don't got
esports.
this.
It
Yeah,
was quiz
Quiz
esports.
Esports. Quiz Esports, yes. So Miss Jackson, I mean, they just seem to be kind of like this Slayer team. They're when it comes up to these long sidelines, they're just kind of like that deathmatchy team. Like they outkill everybody they're playing. Zero Recall, where their advantage is like position and tempo and speed and just getting to the right places the right time and being that overly aggressive to create some of those opportunities that aren't necessarily there if they're a bit cautious. So, we're going to Flashpoint, right? For map 3.
Yeah.
So, Atlas, New Junk City, Survasa, maps like those, who is that going to favor? This deathmatch style Miss Jackson team, or Zero Recalls like tempo based, like, opportunistically like map driven um comps and stuff here. So I
Yeah.
think if we're going to see Survasa, which is probably the most likely here, I think
Nope.
most teams are no, we're
Yeah,
not.
we did. As soon as production brings us over to map pick, we'll be able to see which one it is, and it is not the one you were expecting. We are
Oh,
going to be going to Atlas. How do you feel about this one? I haven't actually seen this map in a very, very long time.
honestly, I think this kind of favors Zero Recall with their play style. Ms. Jackson are really going to have to level up here and show their map awareness and be able to make those decisions that they had been lacking on that lost them those Li Jiang maps. Because I think Atlas is probably more comparable to Li Jiang than like Runasapi was to that that comp and style.
I is Atlas a rather new map? Because I don't think I've actually ever seen it.
Yeah, it's a very new map, and I don't know what the general consensus is, but I think Atlas is kind of like the black sheep of the maps here. It's not played a whole
It's
lot.
like
I think
the
people are going to pick,
Colosseo of
yeah,
Flashpoint. Okay.
or like the Gibraltar of Escort kind of thing.
Ah, yeah. I actually really like Gibraltar personally. Um,
That's
I don't I feel like you don't agree with that one, but I don't know. I've had some like one of my Twitch clips from when I used to stream like five years ago was me getting a 6K on Soldier on Gibraltar second point. So some very fond memories there. I remember go back in the oh my god back in the 3-3 days. Everyone's favorite meta, the Brig constant with the triple tank. Gibraltar was just the fondest map. We used to do a lot of nano rallies. We would just nano our brig and she would go 1v6. So that's why I kind of like it. I don't know. I feel like people don't. I feel like you don't agree with me.
well, I mean, not biased at all. 6K on Gibraltar. I remember this moment 5 years ago. I don't have that, unfortunately. But, when I think about Watchpoint Gibraltar, it's just one of those maps, like, especially, like, I do a lot of solo queue and a lot of competitive gameplay. It's just one of those maps I think that requires a little bit more awareness and just people don't really know how to play it these days anymore in solo queue. And it's become kind of one of those maps that I'm like, oh gosh, here we go again. We're going to play Watchpoint Gibraltar, and everybody's gonna be running around not knowing what's going on, and I'm gonna have to do my best to clean this mess up.
See, I feel like this is why I have a better opinion, like a more what's the word? Not better opinion, like a more
No,
happy
that was
memories.
offensive.
Sorry,
That was
sorry. I
offensive.
meant to say happier memories, because I personally hate ranked, and I have only really played in scrims. When I think about playing Overwatch and Marvel Rivals, I've always been scrimming. I have more hours in scrim than ranks. I have like 2,000 hours in scrims on both the games combined, compared to my not as much ranked. So I'm used to this team play. I'm used to everyone knowing what they're doing, but I do believe we have our bans in, and we can see what the two bans for Atlas are going to be, and it is going to be a Lucio and a Bastion, and I'm not too surprised about this Lucio ban from Miss Jackson, because like you said, Zero Recall are really good at using their speed to their advantage to get into position, to get these like really nice plays set up, and now with the Lucio ban, not going to be able to do that as much.
Right, and obviously, Miss Jackson did something really good on Rusapi, enough to, warrant the Bastion ban here. I don't think it's the best ban that they could pick here, but I can understand why they would. It's probably the most recent sting they feel, and it's, these teams are definitely banning based on like information that they've either scouted or know of each other in these teams at this point. So, the bans make sense. Do I think they're the best? Eh, Lucio ban definitely cuts somebody at the knees here,
Yeah.
and
But I mean, we saw Violet opt to actually switch off the Lucio at the end of that last map and go onto the Alari instead. So clearly they're not going to mind it too much. And what I'm kind of wondering is if we're going to be seeing a Juno from Violet instead to keep that speed up, to keep the momentum, especially with how much we know that Nim likes to play these brawly characters, these Rematras, the Divas, because it really combos well with Choro. We are going to be seeing Choro subbed out actually, as Anxiety has been put in for him. But yeah, we'll see how they kind of do this. What kind of support characters are you expecting in a brawl comp with Lucio gone?
Ooh, with Lucio gone, I mean, Juno hasn't been super popular lately. I don't think we've seen much
Hmm.
Juno at all. The speed is
No.
going to be something that's, I wish was relied on more, but I think it's just turkey. I got to say that, but the torpedoes from Juno are so strong. They actually
Hmm.
do accumulate a lot of damage and kills and put people in very precarious positions where sometimes they put their, they even force line of sight where they have to kind of just sit there and sit still because their torpedo put them critical. And if they even, move out a little bit, they're going to get picked. Um, Support lineup's gonna be tough without the Lucio. I don't know if we're gonna see anything super spectacularly different. I think Kiriko is probably definitely gonna be played. Clan's super strong. Maybe a Brig because these are tight quarters. Um, Alari, possible there's some good pylon locations for Alari to kind of get set up, and you can find a nice little flow there with Alari and just a lot of damage. But I'm not entirely sure. Probably Bap. Bap is going to be very strong here. Immortal's super strong with all these angles because you can hide Immortal like on the high ground or be something or behind something that doesn't take damage. And you have that good coverage or that good cover for your Immortal. And Bap is useful here. I don't think we'll see any Ana. Mm,
No,
it's a
definitely
tough
not,
question.
unfortunately. I'm actually kind of surprised at how little we've seen Wu Yong in this tournament. Whereas over on the NA tournament, there was a lot of Wu Yong. If Lucio or Kiriko was banned, they usually went onto that Wu Yong to do the damage. And I know that he is really nice in these poke style comps, but I don't actually believe we have seen a single poke comp yet. Which is a little crazy when you think about it, because you've got the brawl, the dive, and the poke, and we've only really been seeing a lot of brawl and dive, not really as much poke as I'd expect. But we'll see what happens here.
Right. My guesstimation on why Wu Yang's not being played as much anymore is I think that people are learning what Wu Yang's position or like the weaknesses that Wu Yang has, and he gets caught out
Hmm.
a lot often in these matches and just kind of dies. It's it was a big thing. Wu Yang has been playing in the OWCS and at the highest levels, doing a ton of damage, a ton of healing. But I think it's been kind of falling off because as the meta develops and people learn the play styles and like how they're dying to these shots or why they're taking damage here, I think that Wu Yang becomes less powerful, just like anything else. Because with all that extra or additional information on the new heroes, after time they kind of falter or fall away from that meta, right?
Yeah, 100%. We also saw a lot of Mizuki actually in the NA tournament, which we haven't seen a single time yet in this tournament. Feels like the EU teams are wanting to stick to their meta, stick to what they know, what they like, what they're good at. A lot of Ilari and Bap and kids. What is happening to me? I almost said my cat's name. Kiriko and Lucio. These very meta backlines, but. I mean, look at these comps. How are you feeling about them?
Right. I mean, we're going to be seeing a domina here from Miss Jackson, and then looks like we got a Arissa as well. So Rissa,
Mhm.
Laurie, Baptiste, Sim TP outside the entrance for both teams. They're going to be playing Ashe. I love to see a good Ashe. Ashe is one of those pop shot, characters that can find some real value very quickly if you allow her to have those angles. Here is that Laurie. Here's that pylon that I was talking about. That's really good setup here. They're going to have Tracer on the flank. Skukin going to try to make some magic work on the backside of that as Nim pushes up through to this Domina. Domina is kind of in the power position here. This is where Domina wants to be, but there is a little moment here where the shield's on cooldown and they have a slight advantage, but I don't know if they're going to find the value they need. Domina shield goes back up and Nim's just staring at untouchable damage. They're trying to shoot through these little windows and break some space. Lands this nice little spear on Bungee Gum there. And they're just kind of stalled out here. Why it looks like they're losing a 3v5 kind of like, Miss Jackson in a little bit of trouble. Skugin's able to find some pressure on this flank here. Taking down Alari. Niagara Falls goes down very quickly. And Nim's getting able to, on the backside there, fully push that extension. Pull down Joka. And Miso finds Violet. Some trades back and forth. Anxiety finds Serenity. Nim with Bungee Gum. And then, it's just, they're going to clear them up there. Zero Recall looking very strong. It didn't look like they were in much of trouble. Miss Jackson couldn't get the read on it. They were tight. They couldn't get out of themselves there.
I feel like Miss Jackson just took way too long to start pushing in. They saw the cooldowns being used from Zero Recall and just didn't capitalize off it as soon as they were over. We are going to be seeing a little bit of a switch here. Niagara Falls going to be going onto the Kiriko, and we're going to be seeing Serenity switch over to this Diva as well, away from the Domina. But we have quite a few ults up and available for both teams. Amplification Field is going to be coming out from Joker, responded with Coldie's one, as Terror Surge from them isn't going to be able to find anything as Serenity shuts them down. Serenity's going to be able to get a kill onto Violet as well, and now it's just a flip, an easy flip, a fight win for Miss Jackson. That point very, very close to being completed for Zero Recall, so Miss Jackson cannot afford to lose this next fight.
Right, I saw the vision there. Nim went for the play, and it was beyond the window, and he almost made it work with that Terror Surge, but it just wasn't enough. It took too much damage. Line of sight, me solo finds Anxiety and Cody. While this happens, there's already 2 down. Is Jackson getting serious? Going to push back Zero Recall all the way back to their spawn. Just going to take this. Nim's not going to get out of here. Skugan, you're lucky. He's getting out today.
Yeah, that was extremely close. Skugan barely escaping with his life, but we are going to see one final fight for this point, and Zero Recall, they have the ults to engage this. They have the ult advantage in coming into this next fight. They just cannot afford to get picked early like what happened last time. Misolo perfectly waiting for them, but Nim is going to be charging onto Misolo. Serenity trying to protect Misolo from getting down, but meanwhile, Niagara Falls is getting extremely low. Going to be able to find Nim, though, as the Immortality Field saves him, as the Sunrise is going to find its mark and kill them, as Bob is being sent onto point. Amplification Field coming out as well from Holdy. Bob is just there to contest the point for the time being, as we're going to be seeing a self-destruct from Serenity to take out Anxiety, as Joker and Bungee Gum are just wiping them out, and we are going to be seeing Nim go onto that classic Diva pick of his as the overtime is slowly clicking down. Nim is going to be able to touch, giving Skugan enough time to get in, but with Nim dead, it's really, really hard for Zero Recall to get a hold on this fight, and it looks like first point is going to be going over to Miss Jackson.
Right, that was an uphill battle for Zero Recall the whole time. I think they didn't really have the position they needed. They were down players almost the entire fight, and it just wasn't looking like it was going to go in their favor. They held on quite well. That Bob that came out from Anxiety was quite good. It even capped the point, unironically enough. And, Coldy had the window on high ground. He was trying to find some shots on Serenity there, but the mech just wouldn't go down, and they couldn't find the value here as they look to stare at each other. Serenity and Nim just chasing each other around, playing a little cat-mouse game. Anxiety finds a nice little headshot on Bungee Gum, and they're going to be up 1 here. Nim taking critical damage. Window goes out from Joka, and Nim's in scary trouble here, losing the mech, and Kitsune's going to be pushed to just continue this. OC comes out from Misolo looking for shots. Not able to actually connect with the Tracer there. A little bit preemptive. A lot of over ultage here, it feels like, as Zero Recall are able to kind of extend this fight longer, which is, it looks like they're kind of going to lose it, but that's okay. They really got a lot out of this fight, and it's going to set them up for the next one as Cody's just going to die. Oh my gosh, it's Joka! Skugan finds Joka, or Skugan finds 2 right before that. And they're almost turning this. Nim, it's a 2v2. No recall on Skugan. Nim going to try to 2v1 the support, and Dojin on the point right now. But he's got to be careful.
It does look like Violet is already back and ready to go, and that was such a clutch kills from Skugan. Recall going to be coming out, bringing them back to full health as Violet is there, as the point is going to be capped from 0. Recall, Serenity, the only one with an ult up and available. That second life allows Serenity to be aggressive as they want. Anxiety getting scary low, needs to be a little bit careful here. They're taking a lot of damage. Nim left alone on the point as Violet is going to fall out of occasion. The immortality field came out slightly too late, but Misolo getting really low, going to be able to get away from Skugan in time as Coldy and Anxiety are going to fall, and that was such a quick turnaround from Miss Jackson.
Yeah, it was super unfortunate. It almost looks like Zero Recall falling apart a little bit here. Like Miss Jackson really locking it in and looking dominant. They're just making the right choices. Like the pre-positioning from Zero Recall after they capped the objective did not look good. Like Violet was never going to live there on Brig. That was a very bad place for Violet to be standing at that moment.
Ready to fire.
Yeah, and I mean, as you said, Miss Jackson just capitalizes on these tiny mistakes so perfectly. Skugan on this off angle, trying to take Joker out. Misolo needs to get healed as Mac is going to be taken away from Nim, using that self-destruct to be able to get the remake back in, as it looks like it's now Violet's turn. Rally coming out, a lot of damage, but Nim goes in a little bit too far. Self-destruct of their own is going to be coming out, bringing them back alive, but now Skugan missing that pulse bomb as the amplification field comes up, and Joker instantly wiping out Coldy. Violet, there's so much damage coming out. Skugan going to be looking on the back line, trying to get a pick onto Joker, but I don't think it's going to be enough as Joker is just kiting it perfectly, using that immortality field to stay alive, as Joker and Misolo are just wreaking havoc, but it took them so long to get that bob off the point that it kept Zero Recall in the fight, and they're going to be able to have another fight here, potentially two, but they used every single ult apart from Kitsune Rush, as Kitsune Rush is going to be coming out instantly from that Falls. They know that they can take this fight early to win it. Clears Bungie with the pulse bomb. Oh my god, maybe a little bit too much with the OC. I don't think they trusted Bungie Gum to be that successful with the pulse bomb, but Bungie Gum does not miss. Absolute insanity way to go to Miss Jackson, really extending their lead here as we go to a potential map point.
Right, that just goes to show you just how much control Miss Jackson team has right now. They knew exactly what they were doing when they committed those ults. They knew that they were going to go to 2-0 here. It's going to put them down a little bit here. You know, Serenity's going to have that second life. The Diva ult will be here, so they'll have a little bit of sustain. Let's see how they kind of handle this. Got 20 seconds on cap, and it looks like we see a swap here from Nim. He's going to be on the Ramatra here, throwing his shield out nice and early, trying to hold this high ground. They're trying to rotate it so that the Ashe can find some angles here, push back Serenity a little bit, and just take back this space they desperately need. As Misolo taking a little bit of damage, does have a nice rail potentially. Oh my gosh, rail's been exchanged, missed, but Nim pushing down on Misolo here, and Joka trying to find the Baptiste, trying to make this play. Looks like he missed the 1 or 2 punches, and it's gonna cost him here. Kitsune comes out here from Coldy as Violet goes on a rampage, swinging on Serenity here, trying to stay alive, goes down to the Bungie Gum. Nice little pick there.
Yep, you're going to be able to
Cody,
shut
yeah.
down Skugan, which is actually what they needed, as Skugan was doing so much. The shooting rush from Coldy, unfortunately, not able to do anything. Another wasted ult, which is going to cost them so much. And I said this before we went to this map, right before the push, you cannot allow Miss Jackson to get to this position. You can't allow them to get to the flashpoint, as they are way too good at it. They will not give you any breathing room, no chances. They were really good at extending their lead. Pulse Bomb going to be missing yet again from Skugan. Another ult that does nothing, as Bungie Gum is going to be missing their pulse bomb. So two traded for each other. Amplification field is going to be coming out now as Joker putting so much damage onto Skugan, getting them away as Rally is going to be coming up from Violet, managing to take down Niagara Falls. And now this is their chance to do a recall back in the fight, managing to demag Serenity. Now it's only Bungie Gum remaining, but 80% for Miss Jackson. They are not going to be upset about that. They only need to win one more fight to move on to lower finals.
Yeah, exactly. Ult economy looking great for Miss Jackson right here. It doesn't really matter that they lost that fight, honestly. I mean, if they can just keep playing the way they're playing right now and find these little inefficiencies in Zero Recall's defense, they're going to continue to push this down as they are already on the point. Serenity pushing through. Kitsune comes out from Niagara Falls. Rails are coming out. Bob goes up to touch the point. Misolo finds Violet, though. That's an early pick, and Bob goes down immediately. Trace or Skugan getting caught by Serenity, finding the double kill. Serenity just manhandling his objective. Misolo with the overclock, trying to find some shots on Cody to get out. TP goes through, and this is 10 seconds left, 8 seconds maybe. And Nim realizes that to go touch and get the overtime on this point. Scoogin is able to find me solo, which is a little bit of a benefit, but Serenity confirms that kill on D.Va. As Joka goes down, Scoogin maybe has the touch, he finds it! The pulse goes off, it's not enough. Cody trying to run through the D.Va mag. It's too mountainous, can't get through it. That's gonna be a
Serenity
win.
yet again, the clutcher for Miss Jackson, all alone on point, but it doesn't matter. They are way too good in their element in the 1v3. Me Solo gonna be having the play of the game, and that Kitsune rush right at the end was so
That was ridiculous.
nice. Yeah,
I
that
don't know
was
if
the
you saw
really
that.
nice double
He
kill.
just clicked one time, there was 1 frame and 2 kills popped up.
Yep. Yeah, the Kitsune Rush from Niagara Falls right at the end there really secured them the victory. Just like we said, they're so good at extending these fights. If they're winning ever slightly, they will keep pushing that lead, keep on going. And now we have to talk about MVP. And I'm sorry, they deserved it last time and they deserve it this time. Serenity is going to be my MVP.
I'm just gonna agree with you. no, no. I think that you're right. I don't think that anyone really shined brighter than Serenity here in this last match. I mean, it really was a dominant performance from the tank side here, having the most responsibility, making the most value plays, and allowing your team to kind of open up these angles and capitalize on. Serenity was at the top of that list and always on the kill feed. Absolutely.
Yeah, we are going to be taking a extremely short break as that match ran us over so many best of threes going to all 3 maps, which is actually exactly what I like to see. It means that we're getting really close games. It means that we're seeing the best of the best go up against each other. But stick around, as up next we have winner finals, Scandic versus Skill Issue, fighting for a place in that grand final. So do not go anywhere, as we'll be back after this break. Welcome back. Such an exciting series awaits. It is going to be winner finals. Both teams undefeated. I believe Scandic hasn't dropped a single map, but as Broben mentioned, Skill Issue has dropped a map against Zero Recall, I believe. But let's take a look at these rosters, shall we?
Right. So we're gonna have for Scandic side, we're gonna have Signal, Vizzy, Mio, Lampy, and Togepi. Skillshoe's gonna have Gaspard, Marlboro, Dolken, Busan Rouge, and Odakoa.
And I do
Odakoa.
believe
Ah,
we have bans up and ready as well as this, as a reminder, is the teams fighting for a spot in Grand Finals, a chance for that €200. Scandic deciding to get rid of that Zarya skill issue, getting rid of the Brig. Clearly, both teams do not want to play into this brawl, and maybe skill issue are opting to maybe go for something more dive related.
absolutely. I think that's exactly what the bands are saying here. They're like, nobody's going to counter dive. Everybody's gonna play dive.
Yep, definitely. I'm very excited to see what kind of characters we're going to be see here. Obviously, Vizzy popping the absolute hell off yesterday in their semi-finals match. So we're going to see if they can do the same here. They are up against tough opponents. Skill Issue is not a team to be messed around with, but neither is Scandic. As we see the starting team comps here, and no surprises, we are seeing a kind of semi-dive comp for the side of Scandic, and I mean, sorry, skill issue. I'm really hoping that this is a flying Junkrat. Oh, they switched off the Junkrat, bro, man. I'm sad now.
Yeah, I saw it for a moment. It's like, nah, they're not staying in it. Yeah, Dolken likes to play Sojourn. I was anticipating the Sojourn from Dolken. He was very strong on it.
Round one. The objective.
As TP's going out for both teams here, Gaspard and Signal going to meet up in the middle. Both teams very on pace with each other. Who will take the first pick here? As Miho finds Dolken immediately with the rail guard, going to put it up at a 5v4. And Busan Rouge kind of getting caught out here, booped away from the team. Signal going to maintain this bridge. Busan Rouge almost gets railed down there, able to get out. Tracer going to get out-dueled here by Vizzy, but not before Gasper finds Lampy. So a little exchange of support here, but still looking like it's in favor of Scandic here. I think Skillish is going to have to slow their roll a little bit. They don't want to feed this demon mech too early. Gasper taking a lot of damage. There goes the mech. And Vizzy finds Odakoa on the back end there as they're down 2 and going to get a full reset.
My ultimate is charging.
Yeah, such amazing fight there for Scandic. They played that so well, just really pushing their advantage. Vizzy just doing so much on this Tracer. Malboro Games really struggling to keep up with Vizzy's fast playstyle. We are seeing the entirety of Skill Issue starting to make their way over to the White Room. Actually, sorry, it is only going to be Malboro Games as they are splitting up the Tracer on the flank. But oh my god, Dolken getting scary low. Needs to be careful as Vizzy starts jumping in. Recall has come out. A lot of damage though as Dolken is going to be able to fall to Signal. Signal, amazing damage, but no, you're in a bad spot, but they're able to get away with the help of the Suzu from Togepi, taking down Malboro Games as well as Gaspard gets demech'd, and that is another fight win for Scandic.
Yeah, it's looking very good for Scandic right now. Very good. You know, Skillish is going to have to do a full regroup here. And I'm seeing some phenomenal things from Vizzy on the Tracer. I'm just going to take in little notes here as I'm watching. And the value that's being created cannot be understated. People need to watch the replays from Vizzy's Tracer.
Oh yeah, 100%. If there is anyone you can learn from, it is Vizzy. Making these dive picks look so easy. We are going to be seeing an OC from Mio very soon, probably paired with Togepi's Kitsune Rush. As Kitsune Rush is going to be coming out from Otaka. They want to go first. Togepi using the Kitsune Rush in response, and Signal is going to be able to find Dolken. That is such a big pick. That DPS from Dolken not going to be able to get boosted from the Kitsune Rush. As Vizzy finds Otaka as well. We're going to be seeing Signal using that self-destruct to get back into the mech, but oh my god, it finds Malboro Games as well. And now it's just a baby Diva to try and make something happen. As Push and Rouge falls as well. Dolken going to be using the dash to try and get up, but I don't think it matters as Scandic 100-0 this first point.
Right, and it's really tough to watch. I mean, from the perspective of skill issue here, they actually came out with all the tools they needed to win this fight, but Dolkin actually kind of got pushed off here into the side and got, almost isolated by the by Signal on Diva there, and it just kind of made that whole fight go awry, honestly, just because it was so early and they were using all that forward momentum to get deep in there, and Dolkin dying that early just really made that fight very tough on them. Not going to have the DPS throughput to maintain what was that fight. And Scandic almost looking a little bit unstoppable here. They're catching skill issue off guard just constantly, and the outmaneuvering is just it's awesome to witness.
One.
Yeah,
Round
100%. As we are
Capture
seeing
the
a
objective.
couple of switches here. Gaspard going onto the Ryan, not a pick that we often see, but when paired with the Mei, it can be brutal. Obviously, that Mei will can be charged into to get a free kill. As Attica was going to be able to find the Lampy out of nowhere as the entirety of skill issues start racing to point. That Lucio being down really slows down the tempo of Scandic. They're not really able to make anything happen here. Signal just kind of causing a nuisance on the background. Needs to be careful though, as that mech is very low. Going to be de-mechs extremely early into the fight and just jump off the map as skill issue are going to be capping the point.
Yeah, I don't think Lampy thought he was going to peek into 5 players when he turned that corner initially. That started this whole, snowball downwards for Scandic right now. They're going to have to definitely get
Wait,
regrouped here.
that's a
Ryan
huge
is
pick though. They got Dolkin. That is a 5v4 out of nowhere. Vizzy 1v5 takes Dolkin out, and now with no Bastion, Moribba Games is forced to use that ice block to keep the heals up. Vizzy gonna be able to find Mash and Rouge as well. Vizzy is doing what Vizzy does best. Any mistake in positioning, and Vizzy will capitalize on it as they take down Gaspard as well. And instantly the point is flipped towards Scandic. Skill issue got a taste of what it feels like to be in control of the point, but only a taste.
Right, I didn't even see Dolkin go down there. That little skirmish happening back there. Very tough. Oh my gosh, I can't believe the push. Okay, so the standard push, they're going to do it again, right? This is their strategy. They're going to go to the objective. They're going to roll as 5 here. They're going to be chased by Signal. Signal's going to have that Diva ulto, so it doesn't really matter too much. The pulse goes offline, a lot of damage on Gaspard Reinhardt. Dolkin go dangerously low. There goes the Diva bomb. Gaspard goes down. That's a big tank trade. Overclock comes out.
Like a gentle rain.
Boops
And then
are
it's
going
gone.
through. Yeah, it's a 2v2 little skirmish here. Lampy on the Juno as well.
Yep, it's
Oh,
truly
God.
1v1. Lampy versus Attica. Who can win it? And it is Signal coming back with the mech to win that fight for them. Gaspard is already back though to keep the point in skill issues control, and it's really hard to get through this shield here as Pasha Rouge coming back on Lucio. The speed back is really helpful to get them back in position. They do not have this Attica anymore though, this Kiriko that's been doing so much damage. Them up as we're going to be seeing a beat drop from Pasha Rouge, going to be allowing the entirety of skill issue to put in, but Kitsune run in response to Attica. That is a really, really good pick as Mio's going to be able to take down Dolkin as well. Point is still in skill issues control. The longer they can stall this for, the better, as we see Murbo Games doing exactly that, but it's only short-lived as Togepi finds it, and oh my god, these supports have been doing so much. Attica managing to shut down the OC from Mio last fight was so nice, but it was up to Togepi and Lampy, and they were victorious.
As Gaspar's walking out here with his shield, he's trying to get his team back in the same position. They're taking the same route. It's been working. Why not do? Lampy finds one of the torpedoes, though, as they try to turn the corner. And they're already down one in this fight. The shatter comes off and hits Signal, but not before Gaspar falls over. Signal loses the mech. Big torpedoes coming through. Dolkin taking a lot of damage. And Signal gonna just convincingly defend the top.
I'm speechless. That was an insane combo from both Gaspard and Marlboro Games, but in the end, it just did not matter. They only managed to get Signal, and it just allowed Vizzy to do whatever they want. Attica getting an amazing pick onto Signal, and they can use this as we know how fast they are at getting to this point. Gaspard switching over to the Sigma, opting to go for more of a pokey kind of comp here. They want to just get cooldowns out fast. Gaspard going to be able to take down Mio as well, and now we're into last fight territory, and Scandic are down a player, down a crucial DPS, and now it's just up to Signal to try and push in here with the help of Lamb. Stampy, as they are going to be using the orbital ray straight onto point. Kitsune Rush in response, but Vizzy finds 2! Vizzy finds 3! Vizzy is the one to do it! You cannot allow Vizzy to stay alive as yet again! Vizzy clutches the fight out 4K for this Tracer! Vizzy needs to be stopped. If anyone is a priority target, it's not the supports, it's not the tank, it's Vizzy! You need to take this Tracer out! They have switched to Doomfist to try and get this touch on, but they're only 5% left. Passion Rouge is trying to go in, gonna be taken out by Signal. Now it's up to Gaspard, who is already half health block being used, and it looks like it's all over for Skill Issue as Gandic win map 1.
Oh my gosh, the fact that Skandic was able to do what they just did there, I'm like, I honestly thought that this was going to go
I've
to
got
Thresh.
one word for you, Broman. Vizzy.
This-
We're about to actually see what led to that.
A lot of people assume you gotta move crazy on Tracers. Sometimes just like that good, smooth control of your aim and landing the shots on Tracers. I mean, Tracer, I think, still one of the highest DPS heroes in the game. You know, in the right moments. You know, it's a lot of damage. Supreme play from Skandic there. The fact that they could turn that back around, pushing into a Bastion Reinhardt on point where they were set up, they just surgically took that team apart and made something happen that I didn't even think was possible. So that was really cool to watch.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I get like a little preview of what the bans are gonna be, and you are not gonna be surprised when it gets pulled up. It was instant, and we are going to be heading over to Runa Sappy once again. Very, very common map, very good for these brawl kind of comps, especially when we can see Gaspard really likes to run this like Ryan, this May from Murmur Games. It's just been, it kind of almost worked in their favor, but I think taking us to Runa Sappy is probably the best idea. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it actually is the best idea. I mean, well, you know, it's tough. It's tough. I'm still kind of stuck on the last Runasapi. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of like weird things on Runasapi recently, and by weird, I mean just like super cool, right? Like the Jetpack Cack Bastions have been coming out here. You know, I think you were kind of alluding to bans, and I'm imagining Tracer is already banned, is what I'm imagining. Tracer's banned, but
I
I
mean, I
could be
believe
wrong.
we can actually go see now as we are heading over, and that is going to be a Lucio and Tracer ban. You don't understand how fast Skill Issue banned Tracer. It was like the snap of the fingers. Vizzy not allowed on the Tracer, and I'm not surprised in the slightest. I'd Lucio ban though, Broban. How'd you feel about
Right.
this one?
I mean, they're slowing the game down dramatically, and I think that works towards their favor here, not having the Lucio, because I think Skandic wants to try to continue to rely on just outplaying this skill issue team in every aspect of it. So, you know, we're probably going to see like the Emre, the Sojourn, maybe an Ash. But you know they're gonna go for a bit more of a pokey comp. I'm assuming. You know they're gonna. They still could do a little Juno weird dive, but I don't think that's that we're gonna see here. I think we're gonna see like a more of a bunker type play. We're going to see slower gameplay and a lot more hit scan.
I will be very surprised if we don't see a Jetpack Cat Bastion. We see it so often on these push maps, and it is open, especially with now Lucio being banned. It allows that Lucio player of Passin Rouge, or I don't actually believe Skandic had a Lucio, so it allows them to kind of switch off that Lucio, try something else out, and maybe that will be the Jetpack Cat. I mean, we saw Dolkin switch on to the Bastion towards the end of Lijiang Tower, so clearly they do have the players for it. We just have to see if they are willing to pull out the Jetpack Cat here, as it was a pretty decisive victory from Skandic. The second round was looking a little bit better. I really like their strat of just rushing round as a 5-man straight onto point and just start swinging.
Yeah, for skill issue there with the Reinhardt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it
They're
was definitely a
obviously
strat, and like the amount of
not going to
fights
be
we
able to
got
do
to see
that.
there was crazy, right? Like every 20%
Yes.
there was a fight on the objective, and I think we
Mhm.
saw like 4 or 5 fights in the same place. You know, they just kept flowing into
Truly,
it.
truly seeing the power of Lucio, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, time is the essence on that map, and they realize that. I don't think I've seen so many skirmishes so quickly, like almost ever. Like they just were able to flip that back and forth. It was so cool to watch. It's nice to be able to see really good players force the objective in a way that's meaningful for people that are watching to, potentially take some notes on. As we got about
Hmm.
10 seconds to start here, we got some little issues here. Going to take a little extra moment. But Gaspard on that Reinhardt looking very strong. I don't think he got all the value he wanted to. I think Signal might have got the best of him on the Diva. Being able to eat the fire strikes. The one shatter that kind of happened and didn't get a whole lot of value. Took down Signal there, and it accounted for one of the 5 fights or 10 fights. In both directions, but one of the 5 fights for skill issue there.
Yep, as we are going into Runa Sapi, and I know that I have already mentioned that I really want to see this Jetpack Cat Bastion combo, but what kind of things would you like to see from these teams on Runa Sapi?
I mean, I really like to see the good Emre play because I want to see these hit scan kind of shine and deal with what the Jetpack Cat Bastion is offering. So it's nice when you get to see one team commit to it and the other team not commit to it, and then just let the skill kind of come into play and watch these characters kind of fall out of the sky and realize they are beatable, but they are tough to beat. And I think we're going to be seeing it here. So
Yep, I mean, I'm not too surprised about this comp that we're seeing from Scandic's side. Obviously, you guys can't see it. You will be blessed with it very soon. But, I mean, just this nice Jetpack Cat combo going to be Togepi and Mio. It's actually not going to be the team that I thought it was going to be. It's going to be Scandic that is abusing this. Busy going onto the Reaper pick. We saw how good they were at Reaper against Zero Recall, often winning those duels against Choro, who is our Reaper specialist within this tournament. We're going to be seeing a Zaya for the side of skill issue, which is going to play really nice into Signal's Diva here. Is going to be able to pump a lot of damage in without them really doing anything. Busy already setting up the flank. Going to be going in and Signal's joining them as Lampy is going to be able to take down Passion Rouge with an amazing torpedoes. Busy going to be able to get the second kill of the round. That is going to be Gaspard falling down, and now it's only a matter of time before Maribor falls as well, but not before Dolkin is able to get this pick onto Mio.
and we're seeing it.
No Bastion. Sorry.
Yeah, we're seeing it here now. Lampy on that Juno. Those torpedoes devastating. They were able to get a nice little pinch off there with the Jetpack Cat in the Bastion. But they are swapping off to the Emery already. It looks like Mio gonna elect to switch that on the way back. Being dragged back by Togepi here as the bot continues to be pushed. Gaspard maybe going to contest here a little bit, trying to stall this, but his team's still kind of regrouping. Dolkin on the back end of this. This is going to be a tough fight, the way they're kind of pushing into this. Signal just going straight in, busting up the backline a little bit, forcing a lot of cooldowns. Fade comes out from the Reaper. Togepi looking critically low on the back end, but staying alive. Nobody to really finish him off there. And this skirmish is just, we're looking for somebody to commit. Everybody's playing very cautious right now. Togepi or Signal all the way in. Trying to find something, getting caught out, loses the mech. In the backline here, Marlboro Games getting a lot of cooldowns out, able to fade out of this battle and keep the pressure going as they're going to cut Scandic down here and force them back. I feel like a reset's going to be coming here. They don't really see this Reaper. Busy trying to be a little bit sneaky. He's going to have to fade out. Might get caught being chased by Dolkin. Finds the rail. Nice little headshot comes through, and they're going to continue to push this bot. Dealt really well with what that positioning was. It's very hard to fight uphill or into what they were fighting. I wish I could have seen a little bit more patience from Scandic to let that develop a little more and realize the position they're in. They might have been able to take that full advantage of that, but skill issue looking strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Clover Games just played that perfectly, waiting for Signal to overextend to then go into the backline, which just means that Togepi and Lampy cannot help Signal out of the situation. We are seeing them switch over to the Orisa Heroes. We're going to be seeing the Orbital Ray coming down, responded by the Kitsune Rush, but oh my god, Lampy finds two! Signal able to pick out the cover, and this Kitsune Rush is going to do absolutely nothing as Gaspard is cleaned up, and they weren't able to get a lead. Scandic going to be already pushing the bot back. Still have two crucial ults up and available. This Override protocol is going to be so crucial. This catnap maybe not as much, but if you're able to get Marlboro Games or maybe Atacao before they're able to really use any of those cooldowns, it'd be kind of nice, as we are going to be seeing an OC coming out from Dolkin, which means that Scandic just need to kite. They need to stay away from Dolkin. A lot of damage coming out. It's going to be ending now, though, which means they did kite it for long enough, but still, so many ults available. We're seeing a lot of cooldowns users. Scandic, Mio is going to be going up into the air. We're going to be seeing Passion Rouge using that orbital ray to try and put a lot of damage out, try and keep the team up and alive, but it wasn't enough, as Mio is going to be able to take them down. But finds Mio, though, with the self-destruct. Perfectly placed, throwing it up in the air to take down that slow-moving Emery. But it doesn't matter as Gaspard. It looks like they're going to be staggered now, but they're actually kind of just getting away from it for the time being. Dolkin coming back, getting a lot of damage as Vizzy isn't going to be able to escape that while they're all focusing down at Gaspard. But we'll see what they can do as a Terror Surge becomes very anti coming onto Signal, but unfortunately it's not enough as the Catnap is going to be able to find the picks onto Atacao and Passion Rouge. And we're finally seeing an Ana.
The Ana's coming out, and we're getting desperate when we see the Ana. It's got to be, right? I don't know if anyone's been watching Togepi in the air here, but
it's nice into Orisa, right, when they don't have a Kiriko to cleanse it, because if you could burst down that Orisa, it's really good for the team fight flow.
Yeah, you're not wrong. They don't have the necessary tools to kind of deal with what Ana can kind of deliver here, but Gasper's going to just get chopped down by Vizzy. And the torpedoes going out, forcing fades, forcing TPs, pushing back this skill issue team, and Signal finds Marlboro as Togepi's camping the spawn, not letting Ana out. Signal finds Unaquan, and they're just going to keep them at the gates here, looking to finish this off here.
Yeah, I mean, Signal and Vizzy just doing so much. Lampy's torpedoes, you said that they were high damage. I didn't realize it was this much, as they are just perfectly placed them together. Vizzy is able to find two, but Dolkin puts them down in the nick of time, but there's only a tiny bit left. Mio is going to be able to find a kill. Lampy coming out with this orbital ray, the orbital ray to end it all, as Dolkin is going to use that OC to find Lampy, but it's not enough, as Signal pushes the bot to victory, and skill issue moved down to face Miss Jackson in that lower finals, and the team, the myth, the legends, Scandic are moving on to grand finals. Oh my god, what a display. This is the team to beat.
And we get to see this lovely Juno play here. That's exactly what I was talking about here. That orbital boosted with the torpedoes. Like, people undervalue how much damage it actually does. I know it's one of the things that accounts for a lot of deaths in these matches, and it was really cool that we talked about it and we got to actually see it just a couple matches later to kind of showcase what Juno does offer in some of these matches. And Scandic was really just, it was hard to beat what they were offering here. They were almost always in the best positions. They were making all the plays, and they were just kind of taking it to them. And who knew Orbital Blossom was so strong?
I mean, it's already a really high damage ult, right? And you add a damage boost to it. That is terrifying. It's like if you try and nano the Death Blossom, right? It's just way too much damage to deal with, especially when your diva is not there ready.
Right. Yeah, that's true. It is very similar to that combo. I love seeing the nano, or what is it? M-Ray ults. I always just drop that one on
Oh
me.
yeah, the Override Protocol Nano.
Override
Yes.
Protocol Nano. Yeah, it's one of the cool ones to shot call, because when you get those right clicks, they're coming out. They're like nukes when nano amplified.
Yup.
And you just know they're gonna die unless like a cleanse or something happens. Matrix from Diva eats that specific projectile, and makes for some very fun gameplay to watch here. Miss Jackson's coming up here, right? Next.
Yep, this is going to be Miss Jackson versus Skill Issue. We are going to be taking a little bit of a break here because I need it. I need some water. Okay, guys. I'm assuming Broben needs some as well. Maybe needs to get that protein from the workout drink. He's got his weights. He's gaining muscles while casting. That is truly truly a sight to be seen. But we will be back after this very short break. Welcome back, everybody. We are here with the lower finals. My arms are a little bit excited here. The adrenaline is pumping as we see who is going to manage to go up and face Scandic in the grand finals. But we have Miss Jackson versus Skill Issue. Miss Jackson have been on an amazing lower bracket run today. They have been winning game after game after game, and now let's see if they can go through the wall that is Skill Issue. But let's take a little bit of look at these rosters, shall we, Broman?
Yes, let's get into it. So for Miss Jackson, we're gonna have Serenity, Mi Solo, Bungee Gum, Niagara Falls, Joka, and then for Skillshare, we're gonna have Gaspard, Marlboro, Dolkin, Poussin Rouge, and Ottawa. So these teams, we've seen a lot of them recently. Skill Issue, is kind of really dominant, taking their first real loss, I think, right? Last game,
Mm-hmm.
looking to kind of correct that mistake. But Miss Jackson, like you said, having a crazy run here, kind of running through the lower bracket and looking very strong. So, you know, this will be the match to watch
And
before
if
the grand
you
finals.
like you mentioned earlier, the one team that was able to take a map off Skill Issue was Zero Recall, which Miss Jackson just beat. But let's go and have a look at these bans. It is going to be a Zaya for Miss Jackson and a Bastion in response from Skill Issue. So clearly they have been doing their research. They do not want to see me solo pulling out the Bastion, and Miss Jackson don't want to see Gaspard on that Zaya. But I don't think Gaspard is going to be too upset about that. We've seen how good he is on the Diva and the Reinhardt. So a lot of picks for him to go on to. Whereas on this side of Miss Jackson, probably going to be seeing me solo go on that classic Sojourn, as well as the Diva from Serenity, and obviously the classic Joker Baptiste, right? I mean, it's too good, but on the side of Skill Issue, we do have this usual backline of the Lucio and the Kiriko and Marlboro Games going on to that Tracer, and it's really gonna be who can win these Sojourn jewels. Is it gonna be me solo, or is it going to be Dolkin?
Yeah, last time I think we were watching, Dolkin wasn't able to find the value he needed on his rails and got picked really early here. And see if that changes. Gaspard taking like an early objective, trying to hold here. He's a little cut off from his heels, as they kind of walk in there. They're in a superior position. They got them on the bridge. They do have the dominant shield. It's pretty big. Gaspard going in deep. Poussin Rouge caught on the follow-up for that. So nothing is actually going to happen for him. They're just going to fall down. Miss Jackson's going to be able to dominate this as they clean up Dolkin and Ottawa here.
That was so good. I mean, Gaspard and Passion Rouge, they saw the supports on the bridge away from their team, and they were like, right, easy kill, easy kill. But it turns out that Niagara Falls and Joker were actually just the bait, as they managed to find Gaspard and Passion Rouge very easily. As Serenity really showing the mastery of the Domino here. Not something that we have seen him pull out before. We're used to him being on the Diva, and oh my god, almost a push off the map, but it allows Joker to take down Passion Rouge, and that is a Lucio out of the fight, which means the tempo is suddenly all gone. Marlboro Games able to take Bungie out of the fight before it finishes, as well as Otakao getting Niagara Falls, but it doesn't matter too much. The fight is already over.
Right, yeah. Niagara Falls and Bubblegum fall down there on the flank. Really good job from Ottawa on that little flank, like you said. But they are going to be able to get back, and I think position. Gaspard's going to take an early little lead here to objective force and contest to see if they can do it right this time. The duels are coming off on Tracer here. Bubblegum versus Marlboro Games going back and forth. Serenity pushing the point here, though, with that Dominus Shield. Might be a little... Ooh, the window... Wait, comes out, and Joker finds Marlboro Games, and they just clean all of this team up here. Skill Issue gets absolutely disintegrated.
When I needed you.
Absolute perfection from Miss Jackson. This is what we have been seeing them do all day, and they really want to make this lower bracket run work. They got put into the lower bracket instantly by Scandic, I believe, so they want to get their revenge on Scandic. They want to get into these grand finals. They want to prove that they can beat them. Kitsune Rush is going to be coming out from Atakao. This is a last-minute push to make something happen, as they're going to be able to get a boop off the map. They're able to save themselves with that TP for now. Serenity going to be able to take down Passion Rouge. Niagara Falls showing the power of the sun to Dolkin, as map 1, sorry, point 1 is going to be going over to Miss Jackson.
Yeah. Wow. And, that was in dominant fashion, really. As soon as Skill Issue lost that first fight, they were never really able to get their footing back in there. As, we saw them go 100-0 in that first map, That is tough.
Yeah, it is indeed. I mean, we know that Miss Jackson are so good at just coming out swinging. They do not give you a moment to breathe, which is exactly how they are winning this. Skill Issue often take a little bit of time to get warmed up, but that really does not work in their favor, as Miss Jackson are so good at capitalizing off these small leads that they have, especially if they're able to get into position. Both Joker and Niagara Falls just do so much better when set up, because you can set up that turret, you can get the bat in a good position to be able to use these immortality fields. So we are seeing both teams fighting out in the open here. No fast plays as we usually see on this map, as Gaspard has switched onto the Sigma to try and push down the Serenity, and the rest of his team is going to be kiting over to a point. Serenity, though, just putting a lot of damage in. Joker and Niagara Falls, really nice positioning all the way at the back, just allowing them to walk in. Point has now been open, though, which kind of puts the pressure on Serenity to start walking in, but they have the shield to do that, which means they can go in. Gaspard already using the grab, not being able to get too much shields with it, though, as the Immortality Field and the Pylon have both been taken out, but Serenity's the one to get the first kill, as Marlboro Games has fallen. Gaspard in a really bad position here, being taken out by Serenity yet again, and Serenity is just so good. Dolkin being pushed off the map. That is a 3k for Serenity. Joker going to be able to take down Passion Rouge, and now it's all up to Atakao, who is just actually going to be staggered. A little bit unfortunate as Joker picks up the final kill.
Right, and we're going to see the swap to Reaper here, because honestly, Bungie Gun was taking it to Marlboro Games on that Tracer. He was winning that all along. I was watching on the side there. That Tracer duel was pretty intense, and, it really led to their team kind of being pushed in these awkward positions to where it forced them into Serenity, and Serenity found the kill. As they looked across through this choke, the Sigma v Domina. Very precarious tank matchup here. Very similar, even. Joka finds Busan Rouge, and Serenity's going to walk up this corner. Disruptor goes out from Miso, and Serenity's able to push off Marlboro Games. Just swapped to the Mei from the Reaper. And Gaspard's still hanging on. Just barely here, missing a frog. He just needs to kind of die here. Dolkin does find Joke on the back end here. And Bungie Gun just kind of retreat back into the point here into safety, as it is currently a 4v4. Otakwa looking to just kind of take it to them here. TP's out, actually. So Marlboro Games maybe getting kind of cut off here. Has to use the ice barrier here very early. Disruptor goes right on top of it, very low. If Domina turns around here, might be able to find it. You see Miss Solo with the overclock going through, finds out Marlboro Games. One goes down, still pushing through, still looking for the rails. Gonna find the last one. Serenity is able to finish up Gasper. Joka finds Busan Rouge in the back here in the meantime, as he 1v2s Otakwa, and goes down.
What?
Aqua finds that headshot.
What? Atakao not only takes out Joker, but also gets out of the fight, and I think that Skill Issue are going to be looking to take this 5v4 before Joker is able to get back. Kitsune Rush gonna be coming out from Atakawa. Using Serenity, using that ult in response just to take them down. Dolkin going to be taken down. Serenity does fall, though. Application Field is going to be coming out from Joker, though, putting a lot of damage, but they don't really mind it. Skill Issue just rotates around to point, as they are starting to cap it. They have to, though. Overtime is now clicking down in the favor of Miss Jackson, and Miss Jackson happily give this point. They can kite away. They can wait for Serenity to get back. So much damage coming out, though, as Marlboro Games and Ataka are extremely low. Bungie Gun able to find the pulse bomb onto Gaspard, and now a tank down, but Dolkin and Passion Rouge are there to pick up the slack. Going to be able to take down both Joker and Niagara Falls. We are seeing the classic Serenity ball coming out as Bungie Gum and them just trying to put a little bit of poke in, but I think it's finally going to be Skill Issue in control of the point.
Yeah, and Skill Issue looking very strong right now. They got the ult economy on him right now. Nothing really coming up from Miss Jackson anytime soon, so we're going to see some slow poke gameplay here as Sigma kind of forces that balance of play to kind of happen. Niagara Falls holding this high ground, looking to get in on the flank potentially with Sojourn. They're going to both push that. Serenity gets walled off here. A little bit solo. They're kind of walking it, but Solo finds Busan in the back there. Flux goes off and it smashes. Serenity actually dies in the air, falls down. And Dolkin goes down to the Joka here. Back and forth, Otakwa taking a lot of damage. Joka trying to get out of here. It's a 3v3.
Really good for Miss Jackson.
They get the flip, and it's very close. Me Solo finds Busan Rouge. Joker goes down, though, as a trade. Me Solo finds the other support. Aqua down, and Serenity's back on the ball to clean this up. Zol can have one last final touch, but it's not gonna be enough. We see Marlboro Games always trying, not giving up. It's just not there. And Miss Jackson takes map 1.
I mean, not being able to use that ice field was so upsetting. Malware Games, such a powerful ult to be able to use, but they weren't able to get it out as they got picked extremely early into the fight. Serenity just doing so well, obviously got shut down by the Flux right afterwards though, but that means that the rest of the team can easily clean it up. Gaspard though, putting in so much work, getting really close, but it just unfortunately was not enough in the end to win, as map 1 is going to be going to this unstoppable force that is Miss Jackson. They want this win, don't they, Bourbon? Have you ever seen a lower bracket run like this one?
I have not actually, and I think that's what's making this so exciting too, because for them to even contest skill issue right now is just almost what would be considered an uphill battle, and they're really doing a good job about it. You know, if I might be a little biased for the underdog here with Miss Jackson, because we've seen skill issue kind of tear through the upper bracket. They were undefeated, dropped one loss, and now they're here against the basically champions of this lower arena that they had to kind of knock opponents out of to get here, right? Just to even have this opportunity to come up against the Scandic team.
Yeah, and I do believe that skill issue are gonna be taking us to Runa Sapi. I'm not too sure how I feel about that one because I mean Miss Jackson have shown how good they are at Runa Sapi, picking it themselves, in fact. So I mean, I don't know. I feel like Runas Happy is one of those maps where you're really well practiced at it, so it can be nice. But if you remember correctly, Bourbon, we are guaranteed a Miss Jackson flashpoint if skill
Right.
issue are able to win this map, and we
And what
know
I was
how that
thinking,
goes
skill issue
down.
banned Bastion, right? They banned Bastion first. So I was thinking, well, I don't know if they wanted to ban Bastion on the first map there, because you're definitely like we're gonna be seeing the jetpack cat Bastion, right? Flying through the air here now on Runasapi of all
Uh,
maps. So
actually, you are not going to be seeing that, as skill
oh,
issue has taken Jetpack Cat out. Clearly have done their research, but so has Miss Jackson. They saw Gaspard on that Reinhardt in the upper finals, so they were expecting it and they have gotten rid of it. And I mean, I feel like the Jetpack Gun was extremely necessary, right? You can't ban the
right.
Bastion, so you have to ban the one enabling the Bastion.
Yeah. They really needed this ban, that's for sure. I mean, this is probably why they picked Runasapi. I would imagine this is probably the plan behind skill issue. Is like, hey, we're gonna pick Runasapi. We know they're pretty good at it, but we're gonna just change it up. We know that the Jetpack Cat has been working, has been increased their mobility. They're controlling the sky, with that artillery from Bastion. So I think this is actually a good ban, and maybe that's more why they banned or they picked Runasapi here, where it might have not been the best map for them, but they've kind of made it a better map with the bans.
Yeah, I don't think me solo is going to be too upset though, because I feel like last map when we were seeing the Soldier Jewels, it was a lot of me solo on the kill feed and not a lot of Dolkin on the kill feed. When I'm used to Dolkin doing so much, me solo able to shut them down. Very interested as to what we are seeing here. I'm not too sure what's going to be coming out. Obviously, we're going to be seeing the Tracer Duels yet again between Bungie Gum and Maverick Games. And you said last time that Bungie Gum forced Maverick Games off that Tracer.
Yes, he did, absolutely did. I mean, they were going back and forth, and I think that Marlboro Games got a little bit frustrated there and swapped off. We saw the Reaper, then we saw the May, but Gaspard getting set up on ball here. He's just going to be sitting in the air, going to try to set up one of these pile drives,
Wait,
possibly on me solo.
we're seeing the support going onto the tank here. Serenity has switched onto the Juno. I feel like they're a little bit confident going into this. Misolo getting scarily low already. Juno has to use that speed ring to get them out. Same with the Immortality Field. Two very big cooldowns out of the fight. They cannot afford to put too much pressure on now as the tempo is really in Skill Issue's hands, but Gasper just isn't really able to find much on the ball. This is Serenity's pick, right? And I feel like if Serenity was on tank right now, they'd be taking the ball Ego Jewelers. Gasper is going to be taken down by Misolo, and that is extremely good, especially because Bungee Gum has been pushing the bot this entire time, and now it's just clean up Misolo and the Joker just happily finishing off those kills.
Yeah, Bungee Gum essentially walked Gaspard into that situation. And we're going to see the Zarya come out of here, which is a good swap. Not finding any value against Bungee Gum. Just not letting you know, that ball really take off or even have any space. He was forced in that position, and unfortunately, that fight was always going to go the way it went.
I believe this is the first Vendetta.
Misolo finds Token, though.
Oh my
really
god,
early in this fight.
Misolo! Chill out. We know that you are the better hit scan. You don't need to keep proving it to us time and time again. But Maribor Games, let's see what they can do on this Vendetta. Obviously, they're losing these jewels on the Tracer against Bungee Gum, so they want to opt to try and out this different flank instead, see if it can work for them. Obviously, with the Zarya, it is a really powerful pick because you can start jumping in there, get the bubble, get some charge for your Zarya extremely early. Ring is going to be used extremely early. OC coming out from Misolo, and this is a lot of damage to be careful out. They are just going to be kiting it. For now, when Dolkin is actually able to find Bungee Gum in the trades, Dolkin proving that maybe they aren't the, maybe Misolo isn't the better hit scanners. No value comes out from it. Application Field is going to be coming out, but Vendetta, the Vendetta from Maribor Games is just going to force them all away. Oh, it's just Niagara Falls on the Diva, just trying to stall the bot for a little bit longer, but I think it's an interesting self-destruct there. They actually want to keep stalling this, which is a little bit surprising. I thought they would have just given this fight instantly, but a little bit of trickery, a little mischievous Niagara Falls here.
Yeah, I don't hate that. It was actually, oh, Orbital comes out here from Serenity. They're going to press the point. Joka finds Gaspard as Niagara Falls goes all the way deep in the backline, trying to pick up Dolkin. Not able to. He's going to have to deal with this Vendetta. Vendetta's going to chunk away Diva's HP. Every time that 3 combo goes through, that armor's going to be gone. I noticed that from one of these last fights here. Oh my gosh, Dolkin diffs Misolo here. That is going to put a little damper in this push as Niagara Falls looking to kind of just soft dive in and out here, slow this down. They're going to have to just kite and reset with no deaths. Otherwise, you're going to be in a little bit of a problem here. Bungie trying to get out slow. Gaspard finds Serenity on the way out, and that's going to slow them down. Bubble goes through, saves Vendetta. They're looking healthy. Is Skill Issue bringing this back? They're going to have some tempo here, you know, if they can get this energy built up. Vendetta goes up and over, finds the slash. It's a near miss. Bubble going through to enables Vendetta, putting a lot of pressure on this team to really press the point, and they just can't walk out on these corners. It's just not that simple. Niagara Falls is going to be able to Dolkin out a little bit. Finds the support, though. Kitsune, the speed comes out here from Matakoa very early, just to kind of push away Niagara Falls and create a lot of space here. And the mech goes down. And Vendetta's still in, trying to confirm these kills. Niagara Falls in a little bit of trouble. Bungee Gum finds Dolkin in this time, but not before the beat goes off. Hits 4 players here. Gaspard finds Joka. Marlboro finds the Niagara Falls kill, and the tank's down, and they're going to keep pushing this point as they just clean this mess up.
Yeah, they are playing this really well. They have a lot of ults as well. Our tempo is truly on Skill Issue's side here, and we know that momentum plays a big part into these push maps as they are going to be getting the forward spawn, and they have this grab, the OC, the Vendetta roll as well. So many powerful things to play with here as grab is going to be going straight onto Niagara Falls, trying to get rid of them extremely early. Immortality Field is going to be able to keep them up alive for the time being, but they get taken out. Gaspard, such high charge, is just able to do way too much damage. Dolkin with the OC. A little bit of cleanup here as they are going to be taking the lead away from Miss Jackson.
Wow, just so many battles because we're only at 5 minutes and 12 seconds, so this isn't over. Even though, you know, Skill Issue is going to take this lead, there's still a good opportunity here to be taken back by Miss Jackson. But, you know, 5 minutes, this is a grunge battle, back and forth, back and forth. Niagara Falls looking to push the point here. Bubble goes out a little bit early, and Overclock comes out from the backline there. Dolkin, or Misolo. Oh my gosh, what is happening here? Vendetta going crazy in the backline, and the bot's still going the other direction, but it's a little 3v3 that's happening here. Gonna have to back out. Gaspard dangerously low. Misolo and critical. Vendetta not able to find the kill. Vendetta has to back out of there herself. There goes Busan Rouge. Niagara Falls able to find it. Gaspard finds me solo on the other end of that. They're going to keep pushing this bot back. They need this momentum. They need to keep walking. They need to deal with this so they can go uphill, bring this back, and get that forward spawns back and just take control of this match here as Niagara Falls is high charge. Nice big bubbles coming out of here from Gaspard, though, on these Vendetta dives.
Yeah,
As they look to walk up this hill.
struggling a little bit to get the charge back now as Niagara Falls really has the momentum on their side. Does have grab up and available, but needs to be careful. Already getting really low, having to use the cooldowns as we are going to be seeing a pulse bomb straight onto Atacao, as well as the orbital cannon that Kitsune Rush is going to do absolutely nothing. In fact, it looked like it boosted Miss Jackson, even though it was Atakao's Kitsune. What an amazing counterplay from Miss Jackson. Niagara Falls has such a crucial ult up and available here. If they are able to go early with it and find Gaspard, Gaspard is not going to be able to use the grab in response, which again, it is such a nice ult to use. We are seeing a little bit of a flank from Bungee Gum here, trying to get a little bit of pressure onto the backline. Gaspard really close to that grab, so it's going to be able to get it very soon. Niagara Falls just looking for the perfect time to use it. He's going to be able to find Maverick Games, and Gaspard's sound barrier is going to be coming out to keep them alive for now, but Niagara Falls gets grabbed. Immortality Field is not able to save them as it's so much damage being pumped into them, but that is 2 ults for 1, and with 3 minutes left on the clock, I don't think Miss Jackson is sweating too much.
Right, that was really sad to see there because I think Miss Jackson didn't understand the tempo of that fight. They needed to take it sooner. The sooner the better, and they just let too much time pass. And it was just perfect amount of time because Busan Rouge got a huge beat there. It saved it. You know, the Immortal went out, and it wasn't enough from Joker to keep up Niagara Falls. There's just too much damage. There's no way he was going to live there. And, you know, they're bringing it back here. Alt Charge is leaning in favor of Miss Jackson here. We got Dolkin holding down the Mega on the far flank here, just holding that angle. Vendetta putting a lot of frontline damage in here. Torpedoes go out, lots of damage. Back on his skill issue, all critical, having to back out all the way out of this corner. Dolkin just barely gets out by the skin of her teeth. And Miss Jackson looking to kind of push this down. You know, high charge from Niagara Falls. Vendetta in, going for Joka. Does he have the Immortal? Will he be okay? Gaspard finds the front line. They're going to walk them down. Pulse goes off, but it is a little bit of enough. Solo finds the headshot. Overclock coming out, trying to get the Vendetta. Marvel goes down. Multiple. This OC is huge. This could turn that momentum back in their favor here as they look at 3v3. Serenity with the torpedoes, lots of damage coming out. Busan Rouge in a little bit of trouble. OC from Dolkin comes out with the beat. The tempo is completely flopped, and the speed boost is coming out as they look to gain control of this, and their teammates kind of rejoin this fight as Skill Issue doing a great job holding this here. Already burned a minute and a half.
Not too sure how I feel about that beat, as now we are going to be seeing the application field from Joker. Maybe a little bit too early, though, as he is by himself. He's able to save himself with the Immortality Field, and now Niagara Falls is pumping so much down. Marlboro Games is going to be able to take them out, but Marlboro Games is so low. Bubble going to be able to keep them up for the time being, but Misolo is going to be able to find Atacao, and now it's just Marlboro Games and Gaspard left alive. Marlboro Games able to find Serenity on the way out, though, as Joker is having a little bit of a 1v1 against him, is going to be able to take them out. And yeah, as I was saying, the sound barrier from Busan Rouge was maybe a little bit too early, as now they are not going to have it for this grab from Niagara Falls, as well as Serenity. Oh my god, amazing pick onto Dolkin. That is a 4v5 starting into this fight, and Miss Jackson is going to be very happy with that Bungee Gum. Really nice on these off angles, on these flanks, playing it. But yeah, they're not going to have it for the Orbital Ray coming down from Serenity as well, which can really be a game changer. 30 seconds left on the clock as Miss Jackson are trying to get the lead. Niagara Falls is going to be taken into that grab. Immortality Field is going to be keeping them up for the time being. They are able to get out as the Orbital Ray comes down. Busan Rouge is going to be able to miss that. Oh, and oh my god, it's a 3-man grab from Niagara Falls. Absolute insanity is going to get them the lead. 20 seconds remain on the clock, and it does look like Skill Issue are going to be able to get a touch onto the clock. Gaspard switching onto that Doomfist to make sure the touch is guaranteed. Kitsune Rush is up and available for Article, but not only do they have to win this fight, they have to win the next 2 as well, as Miss Jackson are in the lead. Kitsune Rush is going to be coming out. Gaspard able to find Solo. That is a really nice pick. Bungee Gum is on at the back line, though, trying to look for a sneaky kill, as it looks like they're going to be just taking the loss here, taking the deaths, trying to get a frag on the way out. We aren't able to get it, though, as we are going to be into overtime. Skill Issue cannot afford any mistakes.
Hey,
Miss Jackson there. That Niagara Falls. Oh my gosh! By the way, like I don't even know how they're alive right now. The orbital, like the immortal came through. These little clutch heals from Bap and the backline Joka. Like it was some of the craziest Live Lord Zarya plays I have seen. As we see Niagara Falls swapping to the Maga, going to be very aggressive here. This is going to be a decent pick against Gasper, right? Against the Doom, it's not bad. You can set him on fire. Hack comes out. It's a critical hack. Might even just stop this, but the cleanse come through. It saves them. But then in the backline, beat comes through. It's very, very strong. Serenity looking critically low. Oh my gosh, Serenity goes down. As Niagara Falls is holding this point, trying to cut off some of the support, but me solo gets caught out there. And as low as the Skillshare team is, it's just not going to be enough. Window goes off from Joka. And oh my gosh, the flip of the century is happening right before our eyes here. There's going to be
They
about
got
16
a
meters.
critical kill though on the way out on Pussy Rouge. If they're able to touch, they can take this 5v4 and Miss Jackson might have a chance, but they have so far to go. The Gaspard is going to say no and take me solo out, and it looks like they're not going to be able to touch in time as we get taken to a map 3. Skill issue are not out of it yet. They want this win. They want their rematch against
Play of the game.
Scandic. They will not be going silently into the night. So we are going to be going over to Flashpoint, but yet again, it is going to be Miss Jackson's pick, and it is going to be Flashpoint. So I don't know about you, Bourbon, but I feel like skill issue fans need to be a little bit wary here because we have seen how good Miss Jackson is on these Flashpoints.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of anyone's game, but we do know that about Jackson's team right now. We really do. They are phenomenal at these flashpoint maps. Actually, super dominant. So the map picks and the bans are going to be super crucial here. I'm curious where the players' heads are at right now in terms of that. Ooh, that was you can't get much more back and forth than what we just saw, right? Like all the way
No.
down, Miss Jackson takes it. They take the lead, and then in an overtime push, 2 gigantic fights happen, and Skill Issue ends up on top in the last. There was no time left. It was an overtime push. It was insane.
Yep. It was so good, and that pick on to me solo, who's potentially going to be able to get the touch with Soldier 76 from Gaspard, was just so nice. And Miss Jackson could not find the picks that they needed to win that. They really needed to manage to get a frag on the way out of that previous fight when it was in their control in the initial fight that Skill Issue won to put us into overtime. If they were able to get a pick during that, it could have been a completely different story, but unfortunately they were not able to, and the entirety of Skill Issue was still alive and able to turn it around. And I do believe we have our map pick here is going to be Miss Jackson taking us to Saravasa, a map that they are extremely good at, a map that we are used to them a map that we are used to them dominating on. So it's going to be very, very hard for Skill Issue to get back into it here. But I believe we do have the bans coming through. Bourbon, would you like to run us through these?
Yeah, sure. Kiriko and Trace are going to be banned here from, so Miss Jackson banning Kiriko. What are they thinking? That's the question. So Kiriko, just kind of a staple on Servasa. Skill Issue, obviously banning the Tracer, so no Bungee Gum Tracer. I think they are definitely a little bit of a targeted bans here. Do you think that Curie from Skill Issue may have been a little bit stronger than Miss Jackson's Curie? Like, why are these bans coming out here?
I
What's
mean,
happening here?
okay, we look at this way, right? I feel like when talking about Miss Jackson as a team in general, they much prefer to play these kind of off-meta supports with the Alari, with the BAP. So getting rid of Kiriko means that they aren't forced to match it. Which obviously we know Kiriko, she is the golden child for Overwatch, for Blizzard. So getting her out of the game is no surprise there, and it's going to really allow them to play these off-meta supports that they are good at.
Right, and now we're going to see Servasa. So tanks, like what kind of tanks are we going to be seeing, do you think, here?
Ooh, that is a good question. We have seen quite a few picks from both teams. With Malga being in the game, I do believe that it would make sense for maybe a Malga. I hope not, though, right? Malga is so boring. I really, really do not want to see a Malga. in this map. I would prefer maybe an Orisa, maybe a Diva. I would be very, very surprised if Serenity doesn't pull out the Wrecking Ball here, right? Because when you think of Flashpoint maps, when you think of Ceravessa, what tank comes to mind, Broben?
Joker Queen.
Ah, yeah. You had to, you
I
couldn't,
did.
right?
I
So
couldn't help
mean.
myself. No, I mean, ball.
Yeah, but Ball definitely and Serenity has shown how good they are on this ball. But if you remember correctly, they banned Bastion first map, they banned Jetpack Cat second map, but they banned Tracer third map. So you know what that means. We are going to be seeing the Me Solo Niagara Falls Classic.
I wonder what Bungee Gum's gonna play though.
That is a good question. I mean, right now they're on the sim, get a little bit of a TP out. We'll see if they actually stick to it. And it does look like, oh no, they're going to be going on the Sombra, which is what we saw Bungie Gum go to last time when Tracer was banned. Sombra, really, really good pick, especially when going into this Lucio and this Vendetta, can kind of shut down the dive from Vendetta. Serenity, though, on a tank that we haven't actually seen them play yet. The Scottish legend himself. A lot of utility, really good with the dive that they are playing. When Bungie Gum goes for a hack, you could just charge in, put the wall down, start putting a lot of damage. As Maverick Games has been split up from the rest of their team, going to be jumping in onto the backline, able to find Joker extremely early before Misolo's able to do anything. Immortality Field has come out from Otako though, which means that they are not going to have that crucial cooldown for the rest of this fight. But they really need to get Marlboro Games out of the backline, who is finding so much value with this Vendetta.
Right, and yeah, now skill issues is going to push the issue here. I think they're already down one. You know, maybe they're going to flow back and kite this just a little bit, but they're up in numbers right now. And you know, Miss Jackson's got to be very careful that no one gets picked here. The bubbles are being used defensively to keep Vendetta up, in, and out. Serenity's pushing up this high ground, looking to create some space for this Bastion right behind him to walk in the Bastion on point, potentially. And Serenity's got the high ground. Vendetta drops in, finds a big slash and Joka, but it overextends and goes down for it. Serenity has a lot of space up here, a lot of opportunity as the Jetpack Cat drags Mio in on top of the head of this skill issue team, and it's starting to look like a skill issue.
Oh my god, you had to. You can't, okay, you can't not. I can't blame you for that one, okay? But yeah, that is exactly what we wanted to see. You allow Marlboro Games to dive in, and then Bungie Gum instantly hacks them, and everyone jumps onto that Vendetta. We are going to be seeing Marlboro Games switching on to the Reaper instead, and not really finding as much value with the Vendetta. Obviously, the Sombra is such a hard counter to it. Although, as we saw before, if Reaper TPs in, the Sombra can be detrimental, as you can't really use that fade to get away if you take too much damage. I am really liking this pick from Serenity. Marlboro Games finds Joker yet again. Joker is not having fun. Downpour is going to be coming out, as well as the artillery. Oh my god, it finds 3! What an insane combo. It was not looking good for Miss Jackson, but they turn around with the downpour, with the artillery cannon. Now it's just up to Marlboro Games and Gasper to try and make something happen. Marlboro Games is going to fall, but not before being able to take down me solo. Now it's Gasper versus the world. Bungie Gum getting scary low is going to be healed by Joker for the time being, as Gasper is going to fall, and it looks like point 1 is going to be going over towards Miss Jackson. There is no chance for skill issue to contest it.
Right. Miss Jackson here, you know, looking super strong. And, you know, skill issue not able to find their ground here. You know, that swap off early off the Vendetta. That was part of their game plan, but realizing that Bungie Gum here on the Sombra is going to just stop that right in his tracks. So it became very predictable, and they swapped off on it, you know, and they found some value on Marlboro Games on the Reaper. But, you know, Bungie Gum gets caught out a little bit here. Marlboro Games goes down by Serenity, though, and this Bastion's being flown through the air. It actually picks up Bastion, 3 Serenity, and Dolkin's able to find huge rails on his team. Joker's able to get Husan Rouge a little bit back and forth. It looks like a great grab, but not going to be enough value as they just push Dolkin back into their spawn. Marlboro Games going to, you know, kind of, I guess, walk Serenity out, says, hey, get out. You know, there's only 2 of us here. But they're going to have some respawn advantage here as well, looks like, as skill issue looks to press the issue on objective. You know, Miss Jackson capping this very early, and they're just going to be very patient. Marlboro Games setting up maybe potential TP in the backline here in the flank. There's a little skirmish going on up here and catnaps the diva of all characters. Gets smacked out, dropped that back falls very low. Barber Games looking for him, can't find him. Beat comes out, hits 4 for skill issue, and the cap goes back into their favor.
Yeah, really well played from skill issue. They knew that most of the ults were not available. Niagara Falls getting that really early catnap on to Gaspard was nice, but it did not phase Marlboro Games and Dolkin, who were able to push in with the help of Puss and Rouge just to get so much damage out. Lucio now being back in the game is just really working so well with this Reaper. It's just putting the pressure on really hard and really hard for them to do anything about it. We do almost have this downpour artillery cannon combo yet again, and that found so much success, but it will be expected. EMP comes out, finds Gaspard and Marrow Games. That is a very dead Reaper. Downpour also going to be coming out. Atakal stuck on that high ground, going to be using the amplification field for the time being, but it's not going to be enough as a baby diva is the last one standing as Gaspard gets taken down. An absolutely amazing EMP with the downpour.
Yeah, near mint initiation there from Bungie Gun with the big EMP there, and you know they were just able to follow it up with the bring the rain down. You know, Atako was stuck on the high ground, couldn't really go anywhere, got leaped on, and then kind of just cleaned up, and that was executed perfectly. TP comes out from Marbo Games, uses Fade really early, takes the mini. Serenity trying to catch him out. He knows he has no cooldowns. The wall goes off, almost knocks him out, gets the kill. Marbo Games down, makes this a 45 early, not looking for skill issue. Hack goes through on Gaspard. The Diva trying to get out. Serenity's able to find Husan Rouge in the backline here. And Dolkin goes down. It's not looking good. The hacks are going through, and they're just getting shut down. Disruptor goes out and burns that
Is
into the ground.
exactly what we're used to seeing with Miss Jackson. Their flashpoint is truly something to behold. If you are wondering how you should be playing flashpoint with your team, take Miss Jackson as an example, because they play it to perfection. Serenity, I can't believe how many tanks they play, although classic Catch the Curse, as soon as I glaze Serenity, they are going to fall out, going in a little bit too far, and the point is going to be given up here as they're not really able to find anything as Joker takes the fall. But as I was saying, Serenity really showing how expansive their hero pool is. Is there any tank that they don't know how to play? We've seen them on this we've seen them on the Diva, we've seen them on the Xayah, the Ball, the Mauga, the
Juno.
Juno. yeah, Juno, the classic tank.
All right, Serenity looking to get set up and push in through here. TP goes out. Catnap is able to find Dolgan. He gets, well, no, it doesn't actually go through. Blossom comes out, finds 2. Barbaro Games in a huge Blossom. Serenity trying to stop it, but not before Bungie Gun goes down. And it's going to be just him on his own here. I think he got messed up a little bit with the timing there. It was a little awkward. You know, when Miss Jackson first got there, we saw Serenity kind of just die on the high ground. They weren't really set up, and I don't think they accounted for the time that the point is not able to be you know, actually capped in that moment, and that's where they got a little bit loose on the coordination here.
Yeah, very crucial ultimates coming up though. Serenity has that downpour, which we're going to be seeing instantly going out. Isn't going to find any targets, unfortunately, as Maverick Games is able to fade away. Hack goes on to Gaspard though, not able to take down that mech in time. Self-destruct going to be coming out to keep the mech alive, and Serenity takes them out in Baby Diva form. Me Solo with the OC is able to find Atakao. Dolkin soon to fall as Me Solo is popping off once again, just doing so much for their team. The initial engage from Serenity was beautiful, but Me Solo was the one to finish off the fight.
Right, as they posture up on the high ground here, try not to let them get any free space, because you got to remember, they got 80% to go, or some, you know, and some change here. You know, TP's coming out from Marlboro Games, trying to get set up. They're going to walk through as a little bulk here. They're going to give up this high ground a little easy. You know, Joker's getting some high, or some good poke damage as they walk through, and they're going to respect that space, give it to them, and make them play into this as the beat comes out. They're looking to engage on this team. They kite extremely well, just going to maybe flip it. Serenity trying to contest the point, he's not able to get it. Maybe overextended. Immortal comes out and the big EMP, but is it enough? And no, it doesn't seem like it. Niagara Falls goes down, Joka goes down, and Skill Issue are gonna take this first point.
Yep, they finally managed to catch a point at the very last second. That was the most clutch play we have seen in a while, as they are still staying in this, not giving up just yet as we go to the fourth point here. Serenity going to be switching off onto the Diva instead, trying to match the Gaspard. Still seeing the Bungee Gum EMP, the Sombra, as we're going to be seeing an amplification field used extremely early from Joker, forcing Marlboro Games out. Gaspard still on the high ground, though, a bit alone as Marlboro Games is in a little bit of trouble here. Going to be hacked as Serenity finishes off the kill, and it looks like this Jackson in a really good spot to kind of start pathing this up. Gaspard going to be taken off the map as Dolkin just really could not find their way into the fight. Serenity was just forcing them away perfectly, using that matrix to just keep Dolkin back and away from the rest of his team.
Right, and just to see Misclick's aggression here, them holding this corner, feeling super confident, shooting at their spawn doors here, trying to generate as much ult economy as they can before they get to this point, because they're going to need each one of those ults to hold this. As Adakwa has the amplification barrier coming up here soon, Gaspard's looking to press the objective. He's got the Zarya swap here to counter the Diva. Marlboro Games in there with the Fade and the Blossom, trying to find something, not finding a whole lot. Overclock goes out for Miso. Serenity looking like in a little bit of trouble, trying to get recovered here. As they walk back into this point, the beat goes off, hits all of Miss Jackson, and kills are going off here. Bungiga finds Busan Rouge. Marlboro Games critical, almost down, goes down, Niagara Falls finds that kill, and they're pressing them back here. Solo finally off Gaspard. They're gonna just push this team back into spawn here. Hopefully find these staggers to kind of just buy them a little extra time. Just coming down to one fight territory.
Yeah, that was really well played for the members of Miss Jackson. Misolo and Joker being able to get away from that Death Blossom with Serenity going in to kite them back. And Serenity now has this self-destruct, so that 2 lives is going to be very important. Pusin Rouge needs to build this sound barrier before the fight really goes into full throttle, as we are going to be going into overtime here. Amplification field is going to be coming out. Misolo manages to find Marlboro Games, and they need to get Pusin Rouge. If Pusin Rouge dies before they're able to get this all out, it's all over. Hack comes out, and it's going to be a win for Miss Jackson. It's going to be Miss Jackson facing Scandic in the grand finals. What an amazing play. And actually, I want to talk about the 1 point that Miss Jackson lost, because it was played so well from both sides. We saw that Miss Jackson were extremely close to having this EMP, and if they were able to build the EMP before the members of Skill Issue pushed in, it could have been a completely different story. But Skill Issue knew this, and they used the beat from Pusin Rouge to just put the pressure on and to take the Sombra out before EMP went off. But in the end, Miss Jackson are going to be your victors, and they have been on the lower bracket run of the century. They have won every single match in the lower bracket for a chance to face Scandic in the rematch of the century, to chance to win that 200 euros. I am so goddamn excited for this grand finals, and hopefully Scandic and Miss Jackson can put on a show for us. But now it's time to talk about our MVP. And I'm sorry, Robin, I'm going to leave the tough decision up to you.
Yeah, it's a very tough decision here. And obviously, we've been glazing Serenity very hard here, very versatile, even playing some support and, taking that Runosapi map and doing a lot of, versatile things here, which is what you want to see from teams like this that go to the grand finals. But the MVP for me, I got to go with Serenity again. Just really, pressing the point. I think that the responsibility that Serenity has is massive in these fights, and that this team doesn't go anywhere without that space created. So it's just as simple as that for me.
I'm gonna have to agree with you. I mean, I've got no words. I've got no comments. You kind of spelled it out perfectly. But
Well, I mean, just think about the downpour, right? The downpour put the
yeah,
position in for the artillery, right? Like
mhm.
it was Bastion's
That
play
was
the
a
game, but
losing
was it
fight.
really?
Yeah, it was a losing fight for Miss Jackson, but like you said, the downpour was perfect. Being able to hit almost every single member was amazing. But we are going to be taking a 20-minute break here where we get both the teams set up and ready. But do not go anywhere, as up next is grand finals as we find the Infinite Madness champions. But we'll be right back after the short break. Broben is clearly getting pumped for the grand finals, getting ready to watch these two teams play against each other. But welcome back, everybody. Grand finals time, time to pick, to find out who is the champion of the Infinite Madness Cup. We have Miss Jackson versus Scandic. Let's take a look at these rosters if we can. Pretty please. Pretty please. These two teams have been amazing. Scandic still undefeated. Miss Jackson had an amazing lower bracket run to make it all the way back up to the grand finals here. They lost to Scandic in the very first match of this tournament, and they have come back for a vengeance. Tell me a little bit about these players, Brobin.
Well, I just want to make sure that is it Niagara Falls or is it going to be Wet Blanket playing actually as I look at
I
this
do
list here?
believe it is Wet Blanket actually that is playing. Niagara Falls has been subbed out for the finale. Production still on
Look at
last
that.
match.
That
There
is
we
crazy.
go.
It's
Quick,
auto updated. Who did
snappy.
that? That's ludicrous. Well, yeah. So yeah, I mean, for these teams, I mean, I was doing a little bit of research. I was checking out their profiles, and oh my gosh, these are some of the best players that you're going to see in Overwatch. So I'm really excited to get to watch these two teams duke it out. I believe it's going to be a phenomenal show out.
Yep, it definitely is. I personally cannot wait to see this tank duel as we have seen Serenity pull off some amazing plays, but against Signal, it might be tricky. Me Solo and Mio, both the hit scan specialists, whereas Vizzy and Bungee Gum going to be 1v1ing on those more flanky kind of DPS. And we've seen the Wet Blanket and Joker pop off on this Baptiste and Lari combo where Lampy and Togepi, they like to opt for the classic Kiriko Lucio. But let's have a look at these bans if we can. And it is going to be a Jetpack Cat for Scandic. They have seen the little bit of trickery that has been going on, the shenanigans from Miss Jackson using Jetpack Cat, and they don't want any of it, especially on Oasis. And Miss Jackson getting rid of Tracer in return. They saw how good Vizzy is on this Tracer, and I am personally not surprised at all that they banned it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you. Tracer's an obvious ban here, and then as far as shenanigans go, tournament shenanigans are happening here. Obviously, we're not starting on Li Jing Tower, which is normally how these teams start. So we're gonna be on Oasis, gonna see something a little bit different. These matches are gonna be quite exciting. No Jetpack Cat makes sense. It's very powerful on this map. Lots of cat naps can happen, and whoo, Vizzy's gonna be a little upset because I know he wants to run rampage on that tracer. Bungee Gum. I'm gonna be watching those 1v1s. I'm gonna be watching how Signal and Serenity kind of duke it out as well, and just these little 1v1s that are happening simultaneously within these team fights. It's gonna be something to behold. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I am not too surprised here as I mean, I feel like Vizzy isn't going to be too upset because they have shown how good they are at the Reaper when the Tracer gets banned, and I feel like in particular, correct me if I'm wrong, but Oasis is actually a really good Reaper map.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very close quarters map. There's not a lot of long sight lines, very close, these quarters, these tight angles. Reaper can dominate on these. You're forced to walk into a Reaper at any point. It's terrible. You just walk a few steps past that corner and there's a double barrel shotgun in your face. And it's as easy as that sometimes.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely something that they need to be wary of, especially because maybe we see a May come out from Mio back in this Overwatch 1 classic May Reaper compositions. But one of the Togepi is telling me that I share the same name as their cat, um, which I do actually get a lot. But
You also think in cat and you sometimes call things your cat.
yeah, I mean, my model has cat ears and everything, so maybe I am a cat, truly, at nature. Um, but my name is taken from a Final Fantasy character, actually. But we are going into this game, both teams opting to take this high ground, something that we very often see on Oasis. We are going to be seeing a little bit of a different comp from both of the teams. Lampy going on to this Juno to start us off. Togepi obviously on that Kiriko, whereas on the other side we are seeing the classic team comp from Miss Jackson, the one that has carried them all the way to Grand Finals. Mio getting scary low, needs to be very careful. He's going to be able to get out and healed up from Lampy for the time being, but it looks like Miss Jackson are actually the ones that are in control, and they need to start pushing. As Wet Blanket finds the first pick onto Vizzy. Signal going to be trying to get Serenity out of their backline as Misolo finds Mio. Both DPS for Scandic are already down, as this is looking so good for Miss Jackson, especially because Signal is stuck in their backline right now. Not going to be able to find a way to escape though just in time.
Yeah, Scandic, trying to still back out of this. Togepi almost got taken out before this fight even begun. Again, it's 20% on the objective timer, and Scandic had a superior position there last fight. Let's see if they can, deal with a lesser position now. That Miss Jacksons are a little bit more in control of this point. Serenity just holding down that point presence, diving the backline, gets Togepi with the rocket barrage in the face. Disruptor on that corner, pushing back those tanks. Busy trying to find any value that can over here. He's gonna have to TP out. He's gonna almost get jumped by Joke in the back. Fade goes through. It's gonna be a little 2v1 action, and down goes Busy for Scandic, and they're gonna be in a 4-5 situation. They're gonna have to full reset and back out of here as they really need that DPS.
Miss Jackson are looking so strong coming into this. They are showing us a performance that we have personally been seeing all day. I'm just surprised that they aren't worn out from all of the games that they've had to play. A lot of ults coming up on a line now for Miss Jackson as well, so they can probably push this lead. Hack going on to Signal, going to be keeping that Diva away for the time being, as they're really just set up so far away. Serenity, the only one that's really capping point, as Wet Blanket is going to be going up into the air with the Sunrise. Togepi is actually the one that's going to be able to get the pick onto Bungie, but Misolo finds that Togepi. Wet Blanket going to be able to take down Mio, showing Mio the true power of the sun, but self-destruct comes out from Serenity, which is actually going to spell the end for Serenity as Busy takes them out. But crucially though, they managed to force the self-destruct from Signal as well, which means that they're not going to have that second life coming into this next fight.
Right now, it's Scandic's turn to start trying to turn this momentum back on them, because they have all the ults coming right now. Sitting on Rally, they're sitting on the Kitsune. Mio's going to be coming up on OC. Fizzy's going to have this Blossom. Attacks are going out on this Signal here. Rally coming out. They're going to press this point. Fizzy finds the first pick on Bungie. They're just going to keep pressing this issue all the way back into their spawn doors nearly, as they hold them back on the stairs. Looking to come through. We got TPs backing out. They're going to peel and kite this team, as they just need a little bit of time and space. They've been biding their time very well. Vizzy still going to try to get this huge Blossom. Maybe they need to take down Signal. Vizzy getting be forced to use that fade early. Signal's able to hawk down me solo underneath, and they're kind of all following them down here. So the mech's going to be dropped. Blossom's going to be tried to follow up here. Gets booped. Doesn't find any value with it, but Lampy finds a double kill on Bungie, Gum, and Wet Blanket. They're going to convincingly hold this and still have two ultimates. Looking at Miss Jackson here, they're going to have the EMP, which is huge. He hasn't been able to find the value. He's got to get back into that stride, maybe TP in, go for something crazy here. We'll see how they kind of take this fight.
I mean, they have two ultimates, and not any ultimates. They have Kitsune Rush and OC, two ultimates that work so nicely hand in hand with each other. Miss Jackson really need to get them out before they go for this EMP play, unless they can kill Togepi early, because we're going to be seeing a lot of fights going on. Busy taking down that thing as EMP comes out. Kitsune Rush as well. EMP not getting as much as they really hoped for, as Togepi is going to fall, but Signal finds two, using that Kitsune Rush to the advantage, and now it's just all up to Wet Blanket and Serenity, who are going to be backing out. A lot of cooldowns, a lot of ults used though, but Signal has the advantage, and they managed to keep that OC as well. And now Miss Jackson only have this amplification field to really play with coming into this next fight, so we'll see if they can use it to their advantage.
Yeah, OC window possibly can take down the Signal as it comes out to the front there. They are trying to, the hacked but cleansed. Signal getting out of there. OC comes out from Mio on the high ground. Is able to pick out me solo, and it's going to continue this push. Serenity very low, not even going to be able to, just barely gets that touch in overtime. They're able to find all of this, and it's just going to go straight in the favor or the hands of Scandic. They did such a good job with their ult economy there. I like the way that they paced it. They always had something for the next fight. It was very apparent how well prepared they were, even when they were down, nearly 86% off the rip there.
Yeah, Miss Jackson just They started off really well, and we know this from Miss Jackson. They always come out swinging, and Scandic weren't exactly prepared for that. But as soon as Scandic managed to cap the point, they did not let up, and Miss Jackson didn't actually manage to get a single cap after that. All 100 points gained at the same time during the same cap, and just like you said, the ult economy was so good. The rotations played perfectly from Scandic, never over ulting, always only using what is necessary to win, whereas Miss Jackson maybe a little bit overzealous with their ults.
Capture the objective.
That's right. And we're going to be seeing Serenity swap here. Bungie, I'm going to go in the Reaper as well. Match that, seeing the value that Vizzy's providing on there. You know, Joker playing the BAP. Wet Blanket on Alari. They're going to meet up on the high ground and contest this and just kind of, you know, tanks, you know, doing fun things. He's going to get pushed off the high ground. And Signal looking to cross over, trying to dominate this. They're doing a very good job scanning, trying to drop from the sky, basically, onto this Miss Jackson team as they're getting booped out, and Serenity critically low. Immortal goes out for Joker. Joker gets caught from this dynamic duo. Signal and Vizzy just kind of running rampant over there. Togepi's able to find Wet Blanket in the meantime here, as well as those follow-up kills. It's really a 3-on-2. Very quick plays.
Yep, such good plays from... Sorry, my brain just died. From Scandic, like we are used to seeing from them, just so good at playing for their advantage. That pick on to Joker as soon as he used that immortality field was exactly what we want to see. But Me Solo opening up with a frag of their own, taking out Mio. Mio no longer being in this fight is crucial. If they are able to find Vizzy, this is looking really bad for Scandic. Miss Jackson starting to push in here. Serenity switching off the Hazard and onto the Zarya instead, as Me Solo is going to win that 1v1 against Lampy off on the side. Vizzy, no fade left for them, as Togepi is just keeping them up and alive right now. This Kiriko just uncontested on the high ground. Vizzy going to be getting very low though. No cooldowns left. His Signal is going to be demeched, and finally we are seeing Me Solo go up to take out Togepi. Signal going to be falling soon after, and finally Miss Jackson cap the point, but not before a lot of ults have been built for Scandic.
Yeah, I mean, as this looks still pretty good for Scandic, right? Like, the ults are pretty neutral. They're pretty even right now, and they are up 44%. So they got a lot of time to recover here and kind of walk this. They did a great job of not giving that point up too fast and not getting staggered. So they're going to be able to be full regrouped here and kind of press this point. As Viz is gonna try to take, can't really push out here. I think he wants to kind of TP. Me Solo getting very low. Kitsune comes out from Togepi, and the Blossom comes through. It's massive, finds Joker and Wet Blanket. Serenity actually finds Vizzy finally. Is it enough though? I don't think it is. Serenity's able to get Lampy as well. It's just a 1v3 situation, and down goes Serenity.
Thanks for the help.
That is the almost Serenity clutch yet again. Fortunately, it was a 1v5 this time, so not able to get it. Picked up 2 kills, though, which is exactly what we expect for Serenity at this point, though. But a lot of ults committed. Only both Rally and OC remain for Scandic, whereas we have a lot to play with over on the side of Miss Jackson. If Signal is able to eat this grab, it could spell doom for Miss Jackson, as they need a lot of value from this grab. They are going to be rotating over to the high ground. Lampy is waiting for them, as we are going to be seeing a very early rally from Lampy, as Vizzy manages to find Me Solo on the backline. And this is not what you want to see, especially when we're coming towards last fight territory, as Vizzy and Signal just clean up the fight. Rally, only thing that needs to be used. Mio with this OC might be enough to win this final fight. We need to see if Serenity and Bungee Gum can get as much value as they need with their grab and their
This ends now.
Yeah, Overclock coming out, and Wet Blanket. I mean, the ults are being traded. The grab finds nobody. 97%. Will Bungie be able to touch? No is the answer. Scandic are going to take this first map.
Yeah, this is exactly how Scandic got in this position in the first place. They are just so powerful, so scary to play against. There is so much that you have to do to take them down, and they will capitalize off any tiny error you make. You can get a pick against them, but as we saw against a skill issue, they always just come back for more and more. They will grab Miss Jackson. Really nice start going into it, giving me a little bit of hope, but they must be feeling the pressure now, maybe exhausted from all of these matches they've had to play. But going 1-0 down against a team like this is not a situation that you want to be in.
Right. And if you can imagine, you know, Scandic was kind of like the cage, right? And then the bird inside it was Miss Jackson's map because it felt like they were just all encompassing these angles. Anytime that Miss Jackson tried to push out, anytime Me Solo tried to get that extra angle, Vizzy was right there on the Reaper, just shutting it down every single moment, and even some really great break plays there with a nice little whip into the rally, into a nice stun. There was just so many little things that happened there that just made it look like Scandic had full control of that game after, of course, that first little skirmish there that they had on the first map.
Yeah, 100%. They just did so well. I mean, Miss Jackson, they had some nice moments. Obviously, Misolo managing to get a really nice pick onto Mio during one of those fights, but it just wasn't enough. And I'm really confused why Bungie Gum decided to switch off the Sombra. I know that Reaper is really powerful, especially in these brawl comps, but Bungie Gum has found so much success on the Sombra, especially in these matchups against Diva and Reaper, that I'm very surprised that they decided to get off it because it was doing quite a bit for them, especially EMP being such a fight-changing ultimate. But unfortunately, it is going to be Scandic going 1-0 up as we now go on to Push. Miss Jackson do have a map pick. They do have the chance to bring us to somewhere they're like. Let's be honest, it's probably going to be Runasapi, as we pretty much always see. But we are guaranteed to see a flashpoint, which, as we know, that is Miss Jackson's specialty. So maybe that's their chance to bring it back. Maybe not. I mean, it's gonna be really difficult, right, Robin? Scandic are such a good team. If you were the coach for Miss Jackson, what would you be telling them? What advice would you be giving them going into this next map?
Well, they've already done all the work to get to this point. I think that sometimes you can get too much into your head when you get into this high level play, and I think we saw that with that Sombra swapped off. I feel like uh, Bungie didn't feel like he got enough value out of that EMP because he only did hit Kiriko with it, and it didn't really decide the fight. And he probably felt like he wasn't doing enough in getting the value on the Sombra. But being able to trust and be confident in your skills and just keep playing your game because at this point, there's no chance to really like change up the whole game plan. What has got you to this point? Continue to do that. Don't play into Scandic's game and don't become like that little bird in a cage, like where they all kind of get stuck. They're no longer free flowing and be able to actually take these points decisively. Scandic has been able to just keep that pressure up on them constantly. And I think we have a map pick here
It's
from Miss
gonna be
Jackson.
one that you like, Broben, as we are gonna be.
Coliseum.
Oh, never mind. We got debated. Sorry, Broben. They changed their mind. We are not going to Colosseo, unfortunately, which I would have really liked to see. But classic Runasapi back again. Always, like we said, this place is basically home now, right?
Yeah, I mean, it has to be at this point for us, right? At least, I mean, even the players, they know these maps very well, but, we're going to see that Runasapi. We're going to see these maps, over and over again. And, it is becoming a bit of a home, huh? Runasapi, you know, Jetpack Cat was banned first, right? So it's not going to be banned
Yeah.
this next time around. They're going to have the ability to do that. We know Miss Jackson likes running that. Will we see a Bastion ban? What bans do you think are going to come out from either Scandic or Miss Jackson here?
I feel like Miss Jackson have the power to stop this Bastion ban because Jetpack Cat can definitely not get banned again. So if they ban a DPS from Scandic, maybe that Reaper, maybe the Souljourn or the Emery. I mean, we're definitely going to be seeing Vizzy on the classic Tracer pick once again. But if you can just ban a DPS and force Scandic to not ban a DPS, then you kind of get that flying Bastion to do whatever they want. But we'll see what they do.
Right? Looks like we got the bans coming through here. Miss Jackson
Oh, we are
looking
seeing a sub as well. Yeah, Miss Jackson has banned Zarya, as you can see here, but it looks like they're going to be subbing in Niagara instead of Wet Blanket once again. And Niagara is their Jetpack Cat player, so perhaps we're going to be seeing that coming in here.
right. Zarya ban's a powerful ban from them. I think that is a good indicator that they want Diva to kind of run a little bit free here, potentially to support what is that Sky Terror that they're going to have happening here. I mean, I'm not for sure, but it's just what we've seen here all day from these teams. So I'm really
Yeah.
curious to what Scandic has banned here because they did Jackson. Miss Jackson did ban the tank, right? We were anticipating maybe they banned DPS so that we didn't see a Bastion ban.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised about this Zarya ban actually, as we are now getting Skandix ban coming in. But yeah, it is going to be a
Oh,
Bastion. We
there it
called
is.
it. We said
Yeah,
it was going to happen,
it was
and
possible for this not to happen, you know, and
yeah,
it's
it
seems like
was.
a
We gave them all the
yeah,
ideas. They just decided
seems
not
like a
to
little
go
bit
with
of a
it.
blunder. Yeah, I wonder how they're going to respond to this. Maybe a
Yeah,
flying soldier,
yeah,
visor,
maybe.
jetpack cat.
That would be hilarious. I can't lie. I would like to see that. Maybe with the nano as well. You got a flying nano visor. That sounds scary.
Runs down Scandic. Absolutely. Nobody can handle this 76 in the air. And Scandic just
Yeah.
has no idea how to handle. They've never seen it before.
But back to the Zarya ban. I'm not too sure how I feel about that, right? We have seen how good Signal is on Zarya, but usually Signal prefers to go for more of these divey tanks like Diva so that they
Right.
can play with Vizzy and help set up Mio. So feel like the Zarya ban might have been a bit of a blunder in itself, forgetting about the whole banning a DPS so they can't ban Bastion. Just the Zarya in general, it just doesn't feel right, especially when last map it was actually Miss Jackson that was trying to play the Zarya and Signal just stuck on that Diva, no cares in the world.
Right. And then maybe they're just so forward thinking that game three, they're like, okay, we can have Zarya. I don't know. You know, what's the benefits to banning Zarya in the second round here for them? I'm just trying to think like any possible advantage, you know, and maybe they want to play Zarya on the Flashpoint. Is Flashpoint next? I guess that'd be a
Yeah.
good question. So, you know, maybe they just want Zarya on Flashpoint.
Maybe that could be the case, but I again, I really don't know because I feel like there are just so many better bands than Zarya coming into this. Maybe even the Diva, you know? Get rid of Signal's Diva, the one that they have had so much success on throughout this entire tournament. But I don't know. I feel a little lost for words here. As we have seen Miss Jackson do so well, so many correct decisions. This is kind of the first blunder that we have kind of seen from them. But maybe we just don't understand the intricate thinking of the top level Overwatch players, right?
It's always possible. I mean, Serenity could just be like, I'm a better diva. Don't worry about it.
Hmm. But I
And
mean,
yeah.
them choosing to switch over to Zarya during Oasis kind of makes me feel like they are giving up the diva crown and putting it on Signal's head.
Right. Where I think you know Zarya kind of is favored in those maps really. So you know I don't know. I would like to hear their thoughts on this. You know maybe we even get to an opportunity to ask them at
That
some
is
point in
a
the future.
good point. I mean, we definitely will, as we are going to be having an interview with each team. How do you feel about these team comps, though?
Right. So we got the mirror, obviously Diva. We see the Tracer. We see Sojourn. You know Kiri, and then the only variance we're gonna see really here is gonna be this sort of counter divey like conservative play from Lampy. Gonna be playing the Brig, and Joke is gonna be on the BAP, which provides more damage and burst healing. So how is that gonna play out? I think that Scandic is gonna be really posturing themselves up on great positioning here to make this kind of work. As Signal's going really deep, able to soft dive. Solo finds Mio on the flank here. Very close to finding these rails on Togepi as well as they push in. Serenity very low. Joka kind of gets caught out of there as Scantic kind of dismantles Miss Jackson systematically, but not before Solo finds Togepi and Niagara Falls actually takes down Vizzy at the same time here. Signal trying to find some value back here. They're getting chased out. Lampy just whipping himself out, trying to stay alive, get back into Mio's safety. Their bot has barely moved. Serenity's kind of critical, able to get out. Lampy's back on the point with Signal, and they're gonna press this little advantage, or I don't know if it's much advantage. They're kind of spread right now, you know. Let's see how this kind of pans out.
Yeah, I mean, Mi Solo was just doing so well. They managed to set him up in the backline, allow him to get the 2 easy kicks. But on the flip side, Vizzy is just running rampant within Miss Jackson's backline, just doing so much. Already has a pulse bomb in hand. Signal as well has that self-destruct really early, which I didn't expect Diva to get that, but that second life kind of comes in crucial here. Going to be using that pulse bomb straight on to Joker, but Immortality Field saves him. But Serenity manages to find Mio, and that is a really big pick going into the Signal. Going to be forced to use that self-destruct and gets taken down before they can remake Vizzy. Going to be able to find Joker though. Again, Vizzy on this backline, taking out both the supports. Someone needs to shut Vizzy down, especially when on this Tracer, he just does so much for his team. Always a nuisance in the backline, always constantly going to be able to take down those supports. But Miss Jackson taking the lead away from Scandic.
Right, and Miss Jackson's got to be super aware right now. They're down in players, and Serenity's critically low. Going to force the Diva ult out of here. And oh my gosh, the rally from Lampy to interrupt the remech. Serenity goes down, and this just becomes terrible very quickly for Miss Jackson as they tried to regroup. And I don't think they were fully aware where their team was at that time.
Yeah, I loved that rally to stop the remake, the stun into Serenity. Really spelled the end of that team fight. We are going to be seeing a little bit of a switch here. Mio managing to find me solo as well, but Serenity is going on to that classic ball pick that we know them for. The ball, Serenity, is kind of what made me fall in love with this tank player. They just show really nice masteries. We're going to be seeing a Kitsune Rush from the side of Scandic. Going to be seeing an amplification field in response from Joker. OC coming out from Mi Solo as well, but Joker is going to fall in the middle of all of it. Vizzy missing that pulse bomb. Doesn't really matter too much. They're going to be getting it very quickly. Serenity really low and needs to escape from Togepi. Mi Solo isn't able to fight as much as they wanted as Mio gets a 2K, taking them both down, showing that I am the better hit scan player. I am the soldier that you need to watch out for. Mi Solo, you are nothing.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of ults too there. It looked like Miss Jackson had a pretty good play kind of developing there, but they just couldn't find what they needed on Scandic here. Serenity pile driving in, finding a little bit of value, but not a whole lot there. Shields go off, low on cooldowns. They're gonna have to kind of play this slow and let Scandic walk into them. They need to become patient here because right now they're dominating this high ground. Pile drive comes out with the cleanse. It's kind of massive. Serenity finds Lampy. Mio's in trouble too. We need some follow-up here. Bunchicum needs to get in here, has pulse. Maybe we'll go for it. Serenity comes for back again for another pile drive. Able to find 2. Gonna push back the Scandic team as the bot's going back and drag the other way. Niagara Falls TPing out, and Serenity goes down. As oh my gosh, it's just kind of back and forth. But Serenity being down here very quickly is not good right now for them. You know, they're gonna have this this objective rolling back the other way here soon. Serenity's coming back in already. Back in this fight. Pile driving it and mines onto the point. Using shields, lots of cooldowns, just gonna slow it down a little bit. Right now there's a thorn on their side. Those signals not letting the team pass, and Serenity's by their self right now. And Vizzy's gonna confirm that kill as Joker goes down, and they're down 2 here. I think they're just gonna have to full reset at this point. They do find a little exit pick on Mio. That's gonna stall them a little bit, but they find everything they need. Scandic, this team is gonna have Overclock and Pulse, Rally, Kitsune, pretty much everything at this point. Swapping over to Domina on Serenity though.
Yeah, we are seeing the Serenity go through all of their tanks, moving out of desperation. This is also the first time in this tournament that we have seen Joker switch off the Baptiste, go down to Lowry, trying to see if that is the answer for them, as Scandic are just doing so much. Lampy going to be taken out extremely early by Serenity though, which means the fight is now in Miss Jackson's control, and they can start pushing down Scandic. They want to find these staggers, they want to get these picks on the way out, but I don't think they realize that no one is pushing the bot. This is their time. It's a 4v5. You need to be taking as much advantage as possible. You need to be bringing this bot back, especially before Lampy is back in the fight. Like you said, rally up. Kitsune Rush up, as Kitsune Rush is going to be coming out from Togepi. Responded with the Kitsune Rush from Niagara Falls, but Niagara Falls is going to be falling as Mio's OC is boosted so much by this Kitsune Rush, and it is dangerous. Mio is popping off in this push, not able to find their place as much into the Oasis, but on this map, Mio has been doing so much. Anytime that I think Miss Jackson have a chance, anytime that I think they have a slight advantage, Mio shuts them down.
Yeah, you know what? I think Miss Jackson really just needs to slow this down. They're playing too fast. As soon as they get the advantage, they think they are the king of the map, and they have to respect what Scandic is. Joker does find Mio, and you know, Lampa shield bashing out of there. Recall comes off from Bungie, trying to 1v1 Vizzy, by the way. Vizzy hasn't died, just in the back line there. Finds Bungie Gum. Niagara Falls takes down Togepi. As this little skirmish is still going, the bot's going back towards forward spawn. You know, I guess Serenity is going to take it all the way there. And Vizzy's a little bit of trouble here, sitting on this little corner, out of sight from everybody. Lampy is found by Misolo. The rail goes through. Vizzy trying to put some pressure on this back line, and the pulse goes off. He's just like going to make it so hard on them. And Serenity's going to keep pushing this bot. Signal very low, critical nearly. Serenity's going to have a big shield popped off here soon. They can hold a lot of space potentially, as long as this goes off without a hitch, and it does.
Vizzy finally dying may give a little bit of hope to Miss Jackson, because they can prove that the unkillable Demon King can be taken out. But Vizzy already back into this fight. We're going to be seeing Joker going up into the air with this Sunrise, trying to show a lot of damage. Signal going to be eating most of it up, though not really able to get as much value. They do manage to get that forward spawn, though, as Misolo is going in with this OC, able to get Signal out of their mech extremely early, but Vizzy is on the offensive. Joker in their sights, able to be taken down by Misolo, though. Joker getting a little bit of revenge onto Vizzy. Mio in the backline finds Niagara Falls, kind of out of nowhere. Joker popping off a little bit now, starting to field himself on this Larry. Glampy going to be able to shut them down finally, though, as Mio is still in the backline, and Mio is still untouched, going to be taking it down. Solo. Bungie Gum able to find Mio on the way out, but it's not enough.
Yeah, just a bunch of little things happening there to Miss Jackson there. Mio finding some picks on the backline while everybody's looking forward was absolutely devastating for them. It looked like Miss Jackson was actually going to push that through, and they were going to have quite the advantage, but then they just got outplayed a bit.
They did indeed, and we are going back here, looking for a little bit of play. Sportsman has been getting away, but Misolo finds Vizzy extremely early pick. Lampy going to be using that rally to try and make something happen. Kitsune Rush coming out from Niagara Falls. Joker is going to be falling to Lampy during the whole skirmish, as Serenity is in a little bit of trouble here. So is Niagara Falls trying to save Serenity. Sometimes it's best to let your tank die, as Self-Destruct is going to be coming out. Signal does not want to going into this next fight with no mech.
That's right, and all that Miss Jackson has right now in response is really a pulse, you know. And, you know, I've been watching Signal use this Matrix to a T. It's been very difficult for Miss Jackson to find any real value with Signal playing this diva. It's just phenomenal to what's happening here, but Misolo finds Togepi, Pylon goes down, and Serenity's trying to walk this with the Ram as they got this little swap going. Mio pushed back to the Mega. Serenity's going to keep walking forward. Mio still got this little off angle, finds... Oh, Misolo's able to get the diff with the rail and the disruptor. They're going to continue to push this, and this is what they need. It's still... Miss Jackson's still not out of this. Alt economy looking great, however, for Scandic.
Yep, only 40 seconds remaining. We are going towards last fight territory. Vizzy, they're starting to stall the cart a little bit. They don't want the bot to get closer, but it is still Scandic in control here. If Scandic are able to win this next fight, then we will be going to match point, but it is up to them. Kitsune Rush is going to be coming out. Ravenous Vortex is going to be slowing Lampy down for the time being as they kite away from this Kitsune Rush. Maybe used a little bit too early, as 20 seconds still remain. OC going to be coming out. Misolo instantly shot down, though. Mio going to be using an OC of their own to do a little bit of damage, and Mio does not get shut down. And with 10 seconds left on the clock, this is not looking good. Bungee Gum and Serenity are here to try and clutch it out, though, as Bungee Gum is going to be able to find one. Only Bungee Gum remains. 5 seconds, 0. Bungee Gum finds another. It's Bungee Gum versus Signal. Pulse Bomb goes out, but it's not enough, as Scandic win map 2, match point towards Scandic as we go into this flashpoint.
Right, yeah, it was so tough to watch because Miss Jackson kept making the same mistake, I think. Even with 30 seconds on the timer while they're pushing that bot down there, I still want to err on the side of caution that they just kept on overextending, right? Like, they kept putting their tank in a precarious situation, and the tank would just go up there and eat all the team's cooldowns, cleanse, block, you know, pulse would go off, and all these things would happen, and then they had nothing left for the push after. You know, they just kept on getting a little bit over aggressive. I don't think they were patient enough in these situations where I think they had a clear advantage, but they didn't use the map to their advantage. They kept playing into Scandic, and Scandic just plays a better game up front like that. And I don't think you can beat this team like that.
Yeah, I think you definitely have to adapt, especially when you see Vizzy. They just kept allowing Vizzy to get access to Joker and Niagara Falls, which means they were often left without their supports because Vizzy does not let up. As soon as they see that opening, that angle to get in on the supports, they will jump in. And we were seeing that a lot of the early game was lost due to Vizzy just having that easy access into it. So it's not looking too good. Maybe we need to shut down Vizzy. We need to maybe switch over the supports onto something more anti-dive. Lampy has shown how good Brigitte is, and I think that they really need to start utilizing the Brigitte as well. We are going to be going on a little 5-minute break here. Some technical difficulties happening, but we will be back very soon.